przyjemność prowadzić tę sesję. Profesor Czyż, nasz szef, prosił, żebyśmy trzymali się jednak tych właśnie wyznaczonych 20 minut, żeby było czas na... Wiem. A ja jestem partnerska do liberalnej, więc
dobrze, no, ja będę się starała
współpracować.
tak. No, oczywiście.
Się nawzajem.
Będziemy. Ja bym mogłabym nie siedzieć koło komputera, bo mnie boczny, migoczący obraz rozprasza. No właśnie.
Raz. Szanowni Państwo,
Ladies and gentlemen,
witam wszystkich Państwa
let me welcome all of you
serdecznie na drugim dniu
to the second day
naszej
of our
konferencji
conference.
Religie i ideologie w rosyjskiej przestrzeni
It's the second day of the conference, Religions and Ideologies in Russian and Soviet Imperial Space 1689-2024. Let me remind you that the conference is organized jointly by the Institute of History of the Polish Academy of Sciences in Warsaw by the team of historians specializing in the Russian Empire, headed by Professor Andrzej Nowak, and Papal University, John Paul II University in Krakow. Yesterday we have the first day, the full day, very fruitful day of conference debates. I hope today it will be also very fruitful and interesting. I'm not going to prolong this introduction, and the chairperson is going to take over. Thank you very much indeed. It is my honor to moderate the fifth panel of our conference. And Professor Nowak, who is like the guardian angel of our conference, asked us to stick our time limits. So there is like 20 minutes per paper. So please try to observe the time. If we do that, there will be some time for Q&A. And the first speaker will be Anna Barańska from the Catholic University of Lublin. And she is going to tell us about the weird concordat of 1847. It was always of great interest to me. I've made some research in the sources about that, but I'm very interested in the results of your research, because you are an eminent specialist on the history of the Church. I will try to be very brief. If you have any additional questions, you can ask me informally in the hall during the breaks. So the background story till the 18th century, we had a different type of concordats. They are concession concordats, that's how they are called.
Koncesyjne to znaczy jednostronna umowa.
So these concordats were like one-sided agreements. The Pope gave certain rights to a sovereign, and the first modern concordat that we can call the concordat in the current name is from 1801 with Napoleon, and the first, which was bilateral, concluded under special circumstances going back to Catholic cult in the Christianized France, was precisely about that. And there were more in the 19th century, but they were modeled on the concordat of 1801. Two circumstances that lead to the necessity of concordats in the 19th century. The first of them started in the 18th century because large areas inhabited by Catholics started to move in the hands of non-Catholic sovereigns, and I'm talking about Silesia, for Prussia, then partitions of the Republic of Poland, and then the Kingdom of Russia, ruled by Russia, Belgium, governed by the Dutch king, and many changes in German countries. So that is why it was necessary for the Papal See to negotiate the legal status of the Church in these countries. And the other circumstance was destruction of church structures during Napoleon Wars and French Revolution.
jakie rodzaje traktatów
What
mamy
were
w
the kinds of
XIX
treaties
wieku?
in the 19th
Potocznie
century?
I często też w literaturze
Colloquially,
naukowej
but
używa się
also in the
po prostu
trade
terminu
press, they are
konkordat.
called a
To jest nie do
concordats,
końca ścisłe.
which is not very precise as a matter of fact, because the proper concordat per se is a bilateral treaty between the papal see and the state pertaining to church issues or church and state matters ratified by both parties and including a vast part or entirety of ecclesiastical issues. Most often it is concluded in a less ceremonial way. It is less ceremonial treaty, which is called an agreement, and the agreement like that is a convention pertaining to very specific issues, or which is concluded by exchanging diplomatic notes, and then there is a decree from the government and from the Pope. It is also another document like the bulla, and then the one with Russia was the second concordat with non-Catholic country, and the first one was the Orthodox Church state. And concordats can be divided. It is a more modern division, but let me mention that because we can actually fit it in with the 19th century pattern. So peace concordats after a period of a severe conflict like the Napoleonic one, and concordats of friendship in order to strengthen the relations. Austrian concordats in 1855 and defensive concordats, which are to prevent worsening the situation of the church, like the one in the Netherlands in 1827 or the Russian in 1847. And the statistical data since the Vienna Congress till the Spring of Nations, there were only 6 concordats. 2 of them were not ratified, the French and the Spanish ones, and 17 agreements. Secondly, previous agreements and negotiations between the Papal See and Russia. Yesterday it was mentioned that there was Giovanni Archetti's mission and Mohylev metropolis, and these were events from the 18th century, and towards the end of the 18th century, in 1798, Lawrence led mission, organization of Catholic Church under the Russian partition, negotiated with Paul I, and more negotiations in 1814 to 1817 carried out by Alexander I in order to conclude the next agreement about ecclesiastical issues in Lithuanian and Ruthenian land. And actually these negotiations failed, so there is no agreement concluded. And the Russian concept at the time was as follows, that in order to, they wanted to move this metropolis to Vilnius and to obtain the broadest competences like the primate title, maybe the cardinal title, and simply they wanted to have like an equivalent of a pope in Russia, so the Papal See rejected this idea, and Alexander I realized at a certain point that the formal agreement is not absolutely necessary, because matters like nominating bishops or giving them certain ecclesiastical rights depends on the Papal See, and you need to make requests in individual cases about that, but instead of this leading person like primate for the Russian Empire, it is sufficient to have like supervision of the government. So the concept changed entirely, and the concept actually stayed in force for a very long time. At the same time, in 1817, 1818, there were negotiations about the church in the Kingdom of Poland, and these negotiations ended in an agreement in 1818. A significant worsening worsening of the situation of the church, especially in the land under the Russian partition, happened after the November uprising. It was connected with repressions against the church as such, and it was also connected with repressions against Poles in general. There were some tendencies to Russify, to unify. And the position of the church was actually weakened by removing the Lithuanian statute. Many decrees in the 1830s undermining the position of the church, closing down nunneries, monasteries, changing marital law, dissolution of monasteries, and in 1839, dissolution, or actually joining Greek Catholic Church to East Orthodox Church. And if we think about other repressions, which were discussed widely in Rome, was taking Marceli Gutkowski, the Bishop of Podlasie, taking him in the mainland Russia, far away from Polish lands, because he resisted many Russian regulations pertaining to marital laws. In 1842, Gregory XVI lost his patience, we might call it like that, because he issues a very severe document, Herentem Diu, and it is an introduction to 90 documents which were issued by the Papal See about relations with Russia and documenting repressions against the Catholic Church and Catholics. After this initial document, Allocutio, the situation did not change tremendously because there were more decrees, there were more instructions, and they were issued all the time. Actually, they were about consistory, seminars, and the biggest danger looming on the horizon was the shortage of bishops. Bishops in dioceses in Lithuanian and Ruthenian lands are beginning to die simply of old age, and in the mid-1840s there is no single bishop of the diocese, only 2 assistant bishops remain in their positions. Thirdly, why the idea of the agreement with the Pope? Several circumstances that matter here in this context. There is like a group pressuring to conclude an agreement with the Pope among higher-ranking officials, like Minister of Foreign Affairs, Rode, Dmytr Budov. Here you might be surprised because the former head of the Department of Foreign Denominations and Foreign Minister of Internal Affairs, who contributed to joining smaller denominations to the East Orthodox Church, but he started to be more peaceful, and he ameliorated his attitude a little bit, and he wanted to conclude the agreement with the Holy See, and the great Duchess, sister-in-law of Nikolai I, was also for that. So reputation of persecutors of other religious denominations tarnishes his image, the image of the Tsar. It is not a very significant thing, perhaps, but it is a smaller influence as well. There were some attempts from Vienna. Whenever they can, they suggest to the sovereign of Russia to modify his denomination policy. So Nicholas is now thinking about 2 alternatives. He may destroy the Catholic Church. He can do that, it is feasible, but the question is why? What what will be the benefit for
może
him.
prawda,
Or
podporządkować,
he may
ale żeby
subjugate it,
podporządkować,
but
to
in
jest,
order to do that,
podporządkować, a nie zniszczyć, tutaj
subjugate,
jest
not
potrzebny
destroy.
jakiś
In
konsensus,
order to
jakiś
do
kompromis
that,
z papieżem,
there is some kind of
chociażby, prawda, z
alliance or
powodu tych
consensus
biskupów,
with
prawda,
the
których,
Holy See is
może
absolutely
mianować
necessary.
sam,
For
ale,
example, for the reason of bishops,
katolicy
because
nie
he can
będą ich,
nominate
prawda,
bishops
wtedy
themselves,
traktować
himself.
jako,
But Catholics will not like
kanonicznych,
observe
jako
their
prawdziwych
rulings, and they will not treat them as real,
te wszystkie czynniki
clergymen.
tutaj,
So
prawda,
all
jest
these
jeden
factors
z,
brought together
ciekawych takich historyków rosyjskich, którzy ostatnio
well, make it a very interesting period
przebadali.
for
Michał
Russian
Dobiłow,
historians, because Michał Dobiłow
uważa, że Mikołaj chciał
believes
przez
that
represję podporządkować
Nikolai wanted
duchowieństwo,
to subjugate the
łacińskie
clergymen,
państwu, ale od początku,
make them
prawda, to nie
subordinated
chodziło
to the
o
state.
zniszczenie,
It was not
chodziło
about
mu o
destruction, though. Since the very
podporządkowanie
beginning,
i po
it
tym
was about
podporządkowaniu duchowni
subordination,
katolicy mieli się
and
stać
then
narzędziem
Catholic
kontroli społecznej,
clergymen would become
tak jak,
a
prawda, to jest
tool
dalej, prawda, myśl
of
Dobiłowa, tak jak uczynił to Piotr I z duchowieństwem
So
prawosławnym.
yes, it would be simply the first step, and then there will be more steps like
Ponieważ
those
ze
that
strony
were introduced by
Stolicy
Peter
Apostolskiej
I.
też płyną pewne sygnały.
There were some signals from the
Tutaj,
Holy See.
Monsignor Francesco Capaccini,
Monsignor
który
Francesco Capaccini was sending these signals, among others. After removing Bishop Gutkowski was talking to the embassy and suggested that perhaps Nikolai I started talks with the Pope directly, and he actually starts to see the same
Natomiast
way.
katalizatorem, który
But what was the
wyzwala,
catalyst
konkretne kroki,
evoking certain steps? It was quite a weird situation, perhaps. It was an idea of a marriage of the Tsar's daughter, Olga, with Habsburg prince, a cousin of the Emperor Ferdinand, mixed denominations, mixed religions, so there was a necessity to obtain consent from the Pope. And since the talks with the Pope are to be started, there will be also ecclesiastical matters to be discussed. So in mid-1844, diplomatic activity is initiated, like half-official missions first, or confidential missions. August von Haxenhausen from Westphalia, then Henrik Struve, who is to meet the Pope directly, so he's like mid-level Russian diplomat. He is to like probe the issue of the marriage of Duchess Olga. In August 1847, the Tsar's wife takes their daughter to Sicily, and the Tsar joins them, and they are together in Palermo, Sicily. And then a very intense diplomatic letters begin. It is more than just the Holy See and Russia. There is a big participation from Vienna. Metternich is against this marriage. Believes that it is of secondary importance, but he wants to take advantage of the situation to make Nicholas to modify his denomination policy. So there is exchange of letters, exchange of correspondence between representatives of the Holy See, Secretary of State, Metternich, Austrian ambassador in Vienna, ambassador in Rome. So letters go back and forth, actually, and so many things are said. And according to the Austrian diplomat in Genoa, Nicholas said that he wanted to meet the Pope directly. He was thinking about his influence, because he was saying, I will show them the mistakes of the church, and I will show them that they are too judgmental when they look at what I do. And he wanted to be very forceful, actually, in these talks. Rode, who accompanies the emperor, is preparing a report commissioned by the Tsar about relations with the Holy See. And there are different bullet points, actually, in this report, which will be then translated into guidelines in the negotiations. And there is also a thick line, like a demarcation line between the past and the future situation, like confiscation of the church property, the church assets. It is to be forgotten, but the discussion is that the Catholic Church can follow canonic rules under the Russian Empire. So from the perspective of the Pope, the issues for negotiation were very much different. It was about a union, it was about direct communication with the Holy See, it was a matter of non-show in Russia, so these matters were actually excluded from conversations from Russia. There are 2 visits in Rome from Nicholas, or 2 audiences with the Pope in in December, and there was an interpreter during this audience. It was Charles Acton. It was an English cardinal. Perhaps that is why we don't have any precise information. There is just a very general information about that. If it was an Italian person, the situation would have been different. And during the first audience, the Pope gives a memorial to the Tsar, like complaints from the Holy See. Then Nicholas meets the Secretary of the State, Cardinal Lambruschini, and Cardinal Acton later on. And the other audience, Nicholas responds very briefly and in a very general way to the memorial and promises more detailed answers after the return to Russia. In this response, there are 2 more principles, 2 more rules, which were actually adopted for further negotiations. Nicholas declares that he wants to change what he can change, as he said, but he cannot change, which is among the basic laws of the empire. He cannot do anything to the detriment to the main denomination in the empire, and wants to explain circumstances of the decrees that he has recently issued about various religions in his empire. Messer Rode remains in Rome. He receives like additional explanations from the Holy See. And after Rode's return to Petersburg, a special committee is established, 7 top-ranking officials. Orlov, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, of Internal Affairs, Bludov, Uvarov, and Kisielev, the Minister of State Assets, and they carry out discussions about the official position of the Russian side. Let me quote 2 comments, because there we have proponents of the agreements, and we also have those who are against it, who are called hawks. So the milder version wins, but there are certain concepts or certain pointers which are also taken into account. So Uvarov, from the perspective of ideology, says the following: circumstances of issuing the decrees is justified lack of trust towards the Catholic clergymen, and the fact that Russia is in Russia, a religious community is a civilian and layman's community as well. So if you leave this community, it is like treason. So Perovsky says that only being very strict makes it possible for the Catholic clergy to be subordinated and ruly. So negotiations in 1846 with the new Pope, since November till spring 1847, they are led by Cardinal Lambruschini, the former secretary of the Pope. Then there was a break in Rome, the next round of negotiations, disturbed by additional information, which, because there is a leak of the French press, about
prozelityzm
punishments
katolicki i
in
tekstu przysięg, które
Russia
biskupi
if you want to
katolicy składają
convert to the
co rok.
Catholic
I
denomination
ostatecznie
and the
po,
content of the
bardzo,
oath taken by the bishops.
dramatycznych
And
momentach
after very
kończy się
dramatic
podpisaniem
moments, there
konkordatu,
is the concordat
który
being
jest
signed,
nietypowy, dlatego
and
to jest
it is
jedyny taki
atypical
konkordat
actually
XIX-wieczny,
for the
gdzie mamy
19th
dwa
century
protokoły.
because we have two
Jest
protocols
protokół,
there.
i
There
oba
is the
są
protocol
podpisane
and all
przez,
of them, or both of them, are
pełnomocników
signed
stron.
by proxies of both
Protokół,
parties. The
spraw
first protocol
uzgodnionych,
of the matters
31
discussed
punktów,
and matters
i
agreed
protokół
upon
spraw
31 items and not agreed
który
upon
stanowi integralną
matters,
część,
which is the
prawda,
integral part
tego
of
porozumienia.
the agreement.
12 punktów.
12 items.
Podpisany 3
Signed on the
sierpnia,
3rd
te
of
protokoły.
August.
No później jeszcze, prawda,
Later
całe
on,
debaty później
there were
dotyczące
debates
ratyfikacji.
about
Ostatecznie
ratification.
ratyfikowany przez obie strony.
Finally, it was
Z
ratified
tym, że w
by
Rosji
both
nieogłoszony,
parties. It was not
nieogłoszony dlatego, że Mikołaj nie chciał go ujawniać
announced
ani
in Russia
katolikom,
because
ani hierarchii prawosławnej, ani
Nicholas
części,
didn't want to
prawda,
reveal it either to the Catholic clergy nor East Orthodox clergy or nationalists or nationally focused officials. So it was almost like a secret concordat in Russia,
Opublikowany został dopiero w
published as late as
1856 roku w ograniczonym nakładzie.
1856 in a limited number of issues, survived for 11 years till 1866 when it was broken.
To jest tak,
So that's
prawda, w ogromnym skrócie.
this situation in a nutshell.
I 3, prawda, może
And
spostrzeżenia na
perhaps
koniec.
3 observations.
Problem katolicki
Catholic
oczywiście wiązał się
problem
przede wszystkim z problemem polskim
was
w
connected
polityce
with the
imperium.
Polish problem in
No, muszę
the
tłumaczyć
Russian
nie
Empire
trzeba.
policy. I don't need to explain it
Istotna
any
jest,
further.
kwestia,
What is significant
która na początku, prawda, już wypłynęła. Zasady
is what was
samodzierżawia
mentioned
są
at the beginning,
nienaruszalne. I
that
to jest,
the rule
to
of
jest
the
dogmat,
Tsar
prawda,
is
jak
not
to
to be
szeroko,
undermined.
prawda,
It is the dogma.
interpretować, prawda, to,
How to interpret
generalnie
that?
było to
Well,
bardzo
there were many
najszersza
discussions
możliwa
around
interpretacja.
that, so that it was the tenet
I,
of it all.
Czyli prawda,
So,
prawa suwerena i to, co
the
jest
sovereign's
traktowane
rights
jako
and what is
nienaruszalna
treated
specyfika ustroju
as
Rosji. I ostatni element to jest, prawda, to, że Kościół
as
katolicki
the
nie może
tenets
mieć więcej niż
of
wyznanie
the Russian
panujące.
Empire,
To się
and the third
wydaje
was
z
that.
pozoru takim elementem czysto negocjacyjnym.
And there was an element of
ale to
negotiations
była
that
duża, głębsza
Catholic
sprawa,
faith
bo proszę
cannot be
pamiętać,
like the main
cerkiew
denomination in
od
Russia. It was
Piotra,
important because the Orthodox
jest
Church, starting from Peter,
jest coraz bardziej podporządkowana
was more and
państwu,
more
jest częścią właściwie
subordinated to the
aparatu
state. It
państwowego.
was like part
Świątobliwy
and parcel
synod,
of the state
nominacje
apparatus.
biskupów, później
Synod
za
nominating
Katarzyny mamy
bishops,
kasę
then either
klasztorów,
Catherine,
mamy
it
za
was
Katarzyny
dissolution of monasteries,
podporządkowanie edukacji, prawda,
subordinating education,
też sekularyzację
and
majątków.
secularization
Aleksander to
of
kontynuuje.
church
Więc w tym
assets
świetle, jak
and
się
properties.
spojrzy,
Alexander
no to
continued
oczywiście,
that. So in this
prawda,
light, obviously we can
jeśli
say
Kościół katolicki ma
that
mieć
if the
tyle, co
Catholic
wyznanie
Church
panujące albo mniej, no
may
to
only
już w
have
punkcie
less
wyjścia,
than the
prawda,
main
jest to,
denomination, well, we can see that it is a complex issue anyway. However, we try to interpret that. Sorry for talking for too long. Thank you very much indeed.
To było tak fascynujące
Well,
dla mnie,
thank you so
że
much.
nie śmiałem
It
przerwać,
was
a
so
mam
fascinating,
masę
at
pytań,
least
które
for me,
być może
that I didn't dare to
chcemy częściowo
interrupt.
spożytkować w czasie dyskusji.
Perhaps
Oddaję głos
questions, well, let's move them to the part Q&A.
konwersjach
And
warszawskich
now we
katolików na
hear
prawosławie
about
w połowie XIX
conversions
wieku
of Warsaw Catholics
archidiecezjalnych, nazwanych
into
przełomem
Eastern Orthodox religion, and that's reaching the entrenchment. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again for giving me the opportunity to take part in this conference. Well, perhaps what I have is not such and it's not on par with what has been discussed in here in terms of policy making. But, well, actually, perhaps I'll follow this convention of speaking in my name, from myself, instead of reading. You're such a great expert that in Concordates that I could skip these parts. Well, let me explain what I found about conversion of Catholics in Warsaw. Well, the archives, the files, are 2 streets from here. in the archives of the missionaries order. Well, they were transported there after the January Rising in the process of liquidation of St. Cross Order. And these archives and archive documents have been safely stored and kept here in Kraków. And they are there and remain unknown to historians of the church. Well, these are mostly registers of the bishopry and bishopry court in Warsaw. And there are some registers of circular documents sent out by bishops. So, for example, Melchior Fiołkowski, the Bishop of Warsaw, sent out to his subordinates. Why do I believe that these files are interesting? When we talk about conversion into Eastern Orthodox faith, we would think that we typically deal with Unitarian rural population, but it seems throughout my research that there is a certain convergence of some religion-related concepts with urban concepts. As far as I know, there is very little research on conversion in urban areas. I found only 2 such texts. One of them comes from the area of the city of Łomża. I'll mention that later. Well, conversion, it remains noticeable in the perspective of Warsaw and later on Łódź and subsequently other cities in the kingdom. But still there was this concept of erecting and operating an Eastern Orthodox Church in Warsaw by Russians. That was mentioned in your papers. It's worth noting that the process of cultural transformation when it comes to the presence of Eastern Orthodox culture in the urban space is quite remarkable. There was this first Eastern Orthodox church at the embassy, then General Suvorov, he ordered an Eastern Orthodox church to be erected. Later on, more such churches were added. And then Alexander of Niva was the saint patron of this Eastern Orthodox Church in the area of Łazienki Park in Warsaw. In the period around the January Rising, there were more than a dozen Orthodox churches in Warsaw, and the number of parishes increased from 8 to 18.
Nie wchodząc już w szczegóły, które poruszę w artykule,
I will not go into details here. I'll mention that in my paper, though. Let me now cover Eastern Orthodox communities in Warsaw before that phenomenon of conversion. So that was a community that divided into groups, such as Greeks and Southern Slavians, such as Serbs. These 2 groups did not cooperate. Even more so, the Greeks would use this Orthodox church in Podwale Street, in a very small Greek church, so to say, and the Eastern Orthodox community had a chapel, the rising of the Holy Cross Chapel at the Royal Castle of Warsaw. That was followed by the Holy Trinity Orthodox Church in Podwale Street. Together with the Orthodox churches, there were new initiatives where there was an Eastern Orthodox Church destroyed during the November Rising in Warsaw, but then
Polaków w okresie powstania. Jednak gdzie tylko możliwe,
iconostases
starali się te ikonostasy
were traveling around Warsaw whilst these Orthodox churches were changing their location.
Do osobnego wikariatu, czyli później biskupstwa w 1934 roku.
In 1834, the bishopric, Eastern Orthodox bishopric was formed, headed by Antoni Rafalski, by the decision of the governor. Rafalski, he was a monk from Peterska Lavra, so that organization continued until 1834, and then it was transformed into the Warsaw and Helm diocese. Why is it so important? It started off from these two small churches, chapel-like structures, but here we have this hierarchy and the structure of this Eastern Orthodox Church hosting the Eastern Orthodox community in Warsaw. And in 1843, Rafalski was replaced by Nikaron Klementyński, and then later on he was replaced by Arsenius. And Arsenius, he was the first member of Eastern Orthodox clergy of such educational background and rank. And he was the first person to preach to Poles who were in mixed marriages with Lutherans and with Eastern Orthodox Christians. Then Greeks basically were decided to leave Warsaw after November Rising. According to Arsenius, who is a perfect example of percepting of the Eastern Orthodox religion as a promotion of the Russian culture, where the overall attitude changed. There was very few Eastern Orthodox communities in cities. But, well, I'm interested in cities, not in urban areas. Let me skip some concepts which were material for issues mentioned by Professor Barańska, that is, dealings between the society and the church. It is my intention to move to micro-histories of the people who converted. So let me explain the material that I used for my papers. So I have 3 lists with dozens and dozens of names and family statuses of these people. I have a long record where list of these lists. Perhaps the data protection regulation applies to that. Well, there are quite spicy details in there. So what we have, these are mostly women, and these women are mostly young. They would be widowed sometimes, and children. But what is quite interesting here, so we have people from Warsaw who for some reason they convert. These are daughters of townspeople of Warsaw with Polish surnames. Say
od zwierzęce, takie typowe dla polskości, prawda? Włosławski, Załęczkowski, coś takiego.
Surnames, which are typical Polish surnames of animal or plant origin.
I mamy też sytuację.
So we have quite many of these, and then we have a description of their life situation. So say we have Józefa, who is married to Theodore. She's 23. This is Theodore. He volunteered for the army service from St. John's Parish, a very prestigious parish at the Cathedral of Warsaw. And then we have Mary. She's 34. She's a daughter of townsman. And then we have 13 or 16-year-old women who convert. Then we have men. Well, let me add that I attempted at confronting my analysis of that sample with the research of Barbara Bzura. She analyzed the archives at the archives of Diocese of Lomża. She succeeded in finding some files, some records spanning over the period of 50 years in the 19th century. What is interesting here with this trend identified by Madame Bzura overlaps, and well, it's basically identical to the sample which, to my conclusions and to the statistical sample which I have on the basis of my research in Warsaw. So there is this trend which is an increasing number of parishioners, in particular female parishioners. They mostly come from St. John and Holy Cross parishes, as well as from St. Alexander Parish and from St. Andrew Parish. So that shows that the milieu of petit bourgeois and bourgeois milieu integrated into the elite of officials and military people in Warsaw. Well, that shows that there were only 3 people from outside Warsaw, one person from Lublin, one person from Prussia, who married a customs officer. So that trend towards conversion after January Rising, analyzed by Barbara Bzura and by the Polish statisticians proves this trend. There is that stable growth in the number of Eastern Orthodox conversions. So females in particular would convert from non-Eastern Orthodox religion to Eastern Orthodox religion. And there is a very interesting trend. There is a very big number of young females who do not give the reasons for the conversions, and these would be very likely young women who converted after the fall of November risings from mixed marriages. So, in my opinion, they were born between 1832 1836. So these must have been marriages with Eastern Orthodox men, families, and most likely these women were marrying into Eastern Orthodox families and were under pressure to convert into Eastern Orthodoxism. Now more statistics. We have 38 women and 22 men in that register. That includes minor children. We have 33% of the minor children. 95% of people on the list, they live in Warsaw, and 29% these are people who convert and not in the center of Warsaw. Well, men very often do not state the reason for converting, but judging by the description, this would be most likely sons of governmental or city officials,
oraz głównie żołnierzy,
So these would be, they would be mostly army people and members of the military service. Well, that should be contrasted with analyses of statisticians, like the number of births in different religious or faith sectors in Warsaw in the second half of the 19th century. Well, the data doesn't change significantly. So 33% of Jews, 6% Lutherans, and Eastern Orthodox 3%. The rest is Roman Catholics. So we can see that flow that transfer into that 3%. Nevertheless, the number of children born in that period, well, that shows that the number of children born from Eastern Orthodox families is 3 times the birth rate in other faiths and religions in Warsaw. So finally, to close this growing trend in the conversion of Eastern Orthodox in Warsaw proves that there were interreligious contacts between different social groups in Warsaw. The fact that the converts came from prestigious parishes and they lived in the very center of Warsaw proves the integration of Polish-speaking community with the community of invaders headed by Paskiewicz, proves that next to Catholics and Lutherans, there was this emerging and growing group of Eastern Orthodoxes. But female representatives of Tan people did not believe that that was significant, that they belonged to a certain conversion. Well, let me remind you that spouses of Eastern Orthodox members of the community, that they had to have their children baptized in the Eastern Orthodox Church. The presence of Eastern Orthodox and ruling minority affected a continuous and significant change of the society structure until the January Rising. So, if it wasn't for this January Rising, that trend would intensify, and the concept of this Catholic religion as a wall, as an entrenchment, which is unbreakable in the cultural context, that concept would change if we paraphrase the poem, the ending of the poem written by Adam Mickiewicz. He mentioned Polish women as favorite lovers and beloved women who had out of wedlock children with Russian soldiers. Thank you.
Także za niezwykłą wprost dyscyplinę czasową i od razu przechodzimy do kolejnego referatu, który
It's time for the third paper. It will be presented by Professor Teresa Obolewicz from the Papal University of John Paul II, which is our host, and she's going to outline the subject matter of Russian religious philosophy, its sources and basic assumptions. I cannot help but express my great respect So let me express my admiration because I've read so many texts by this author and they were really impressive and I look forward to this paper. So please take the floor. Thank you very much indeed.
Dziękuję bardzo serdecznie za zaproszenie. Ja się
Thank you for the invitation to this conference. I am slightly embarrassed because I sit next to eminent historians. I consider myself a historian of philosophy, and there is a difference between history of philosophy, but there are also many links because concepts of philosophical ideas are shaped in a certain environment, in a certain community, in a certain society, and what happens in history shapes directly certain philosophical ideas, and the other way around. The concepts which are coined in philosophy, starting from who man is, so anthropological concepts, concepts of the society, political concepts, have a direct impact and are then translated into things happening in the society. So it goes both ways. There are mutual impacts, and I have a very broad topic of my presentation, and I don't think it is possible to discuss this subject matter in 20 minutes in lengthy detail. So let me begin by saying that the semantic field of this phrase, Russian religious philosophy, which is like a well-set phrase and a concept, well, it would be quite problematic to discuss it at length, because what is here to be discussed? Both Russian and religious and philosophy, as a matter of fact. So I'll explain where is the difficulty here. And I would say that nowadays it is becoming more and more complex. So what is philosophy? What is philosophy? I'm not going to give you the entire history of philosophy, and I'm not going to quote all the definitions, but when we think about that in this context, we can say that it is less obvious than philosophy in Europe. Philosophy in Russia is less obvious. So let's think about Chinese or Indian philosophy or philosophies coined in Asia. Then, when we think about this notion, we can see that, well, that there are different shades of these notions. That's different to the philosophy created in ancient Greece that later on spread on to Europe. Here you have philosophers, painters, painting, presenting them seems to be a good illustration of what philosophy may be, or what a Russian philosophy may be. It has a direct link here with religion. Two representatives from the beginning of the 20th century, Reverend Pawrowski, Reverend Florenski, Paweł Florenski, and Sergiusz Bulgakov. First he was a layman, then he went on to become a clergyman. They are taking a walk. It is just artistic vision, because they never posed for this painting together. They represent two wings of philosophy, the secular one and more ecclesiastical one. In both cases, it is a religious thought, and I will tell you more about this religious aspect of Russian philosophy later on. It is quite interesting, because in the 20th century, or in the 19th century as well, philosophy was no longer associated with only religious ideas. So it was different than in Middle Ages, for example. But for Russia, this trend was extremely visible. There was also non-religious philosophy, obviously, but even there, there were references to religion, and they were quite numerous, as a matter of fact. Berdyaev said that Marxism won in Russia because Marxism is quasi-religious, replacing the traditional religion. Obviously, you may undermine it, you may start a polemic with that, but this religious dimension is quite typical of that philosophy. Hence the difference I was trying to delineate.
Filozofia, która
So
jest
it
ściśle
is the
związana
philosophy
i z
which is
teologią, z
closely connected
rozważaniami
with
teologicznymi,
theology,
szeroko rozumianymi, niekoniecznie
theological
akademicką teologią,
debates,
ale dotyczącą
theology
sfery
in the
sakralnej.
sense
I z
the
literaturą,
one pertaining to what is
o czym też jeszcze
sacral and
powiem,
what is
z
sacrum as
publicystyką
well,
i tak dalej.
with literature
Miejscem
and so on.
filozofowania,
So
logos filozofii było znacznie szersze, może
logos
nie
of
tylko szersze, ale
philosophy
nieco odmienne aniżeli ta filozofia, z którą mamy
than in the case of the
w
philosophy
Europie. Czyli
that we see
troszkę
in
uproszczona, bo
Europe.
tutaj
I
znowu
know this
z każdym z tych
thesis
niuansów
is
można dyskutować
simplified
i
because it is so
znajdować jakieś
nuanced,
przykłady
because you may give
kontrprzykłady, ale jednak
examples and counterexamples of various
ma
views
inny
and
wydźwięk,
perceptions, but again the
który
word
czasem
philosophy
budzi
has
kontrowersje
different
czy
shades. It
zapytania.
is sometimes
Często się spotykam z
controversial
tym,
or sometimes
kiedy
leads
przedstawiam
to
jakieś
so
zagadnienie
many
filozoficzne, czy też na pewno
additional
filozofia ze
questions.
strony,
So whenever I
osób,
present
które
a
nie zajmują się
certain
filozofią
topic,
rosyjską,
I
czy to już nie
counter
jest
questions.
teologia, albo to
Oh,
już nie jest
is it really
literatura,
still
czy
philosophy?
rozważanie
Maybe it is literature, maybe it is theology.
czy jeszcze jakieś
So that is
inne.
why this
A to jest
idea
wciąż
is so
filozofia.
complex.
Więc to określenie ma troszeczkę inny wydźwięk. Podobnie
So there are
rosyjska,
so
czyli
many
jest filozofia
nuances.
rosyjska.
And then Russian philosophy.
Znowu jest to dość problematyczne.
Again, there is a lot of complexity behind that notion. Among Russian philosophers, there are not only strictly philosophers, but also writers, journalists. So Russian
dość nieokreślony.
in this phrase is not really fully defined. Does it mean that it is the philosophy that was like shaped in Russia? No, the answer is no, because we know that after 1922,
tak zwanych statkach filozoficznych,
when philosophical ships, not only on ships, also beforehand, philosophers left Russia, so it was coined and shaped in different countries, including Poland, Warsaw, because Warsaw became a very significant center, like theological faculty at the University of Warsaw in the years the 1920s, 1930s, was, I would say, the most distinguished center of East Orthodox theology in this part of Europe.
Wschodnie, ale nie tylko, pewnie. No, zachodnie oczywiście można mówić o Paryżu, ale to był naprawdę bardzo istotny, znaczący.
So I'd like to emphasize how important center it was for philosophical and theological ideas. Russian philosophy is not philosophy in Russia. This thesis nowadays, well, it seems very topical, because at the moment there is a huge emigration from Russia for obvious reasons. Maybe these are not entire milieux, but definitely there are many people emigrating from the philosophical milieu, many philosophers. And in Paris, Professor Julia Siniokaja, Julia Siniokaja, Professor Siniokaja opened a center in Paris. She used to be the deputy director of the Institute of Philosophy of the Russian Academy of Sciences, and after the outbreak of the war in Ukraine or invasion of Russia against Ukraine, Professor Julia went to Paris. I'm going to give you the entire story, but at the moment she created an independent institute of philosophy. It is not like a formalized institution, so it doesn't have a building or a venue, but it is an institute of philosophy that brings together philosophers that used to work in Russia. Now they are in different countries, mostly in Europe, but also in other countries, and they are both Russian philosophers, but also Ukrainian philosophers. The group of Ukrainian philosophers is much much smaller, but this association very soon, in 1 month, is going to organize another conference in Montenegro, the conference on the war. So it is still Russian philosophy, but it is being created outside of the borders of Russia at the moment. Russian philosophy, well, I could prepare the entire paper about that. I guess everyone from this university milieu who cooperate with our Russian colleagues knows how many complications and difficulties are now in place, how many disappointments. Sometimes there are positive surprises as well. So Russian philosophy is undergoing a very difficult period, and obviously it is quite subservient to the state at the moment, as everything else in Russia. So Russian philosophy in nationalistic terms, that is Russian, meaning the best, the only true. This kind of philosophy is used for ideological and propaganda reasons. So I could prepare a separate paper about that. So the question is, which Russian philosophy is true? Is it the one in immigration? So we remember this Marxist philosophy also in the Soviet Union, or is it Russian philosophy outside of the borders of Russia, or Russian philosophy is the one which is called the only one, the only true, calling Kant theirs, because sometimes he's Immanuel Kant, sometimes he's called a Russian philosopher by some, included into the heritage of Russian philosophy. So there are so many examples like that. And the question, what does it mean when we say religious? Is it about East Orthodox tradition, or religious meaning that is something referring to spirituality in a broader sense of the word, not necessarily inspired by East Orthodox Church and its doctrine? So each element of this phrase is becoming more and more problematic and more complex. And at various conferences, there is always a discussion, are we still talking about Russian philosophy? Is it part of the European heritage, or is it a special tradition in the European domain? So it is hugely problematic. And maybe the answer to these questions do not really matter. Maybe we don't need to be very specific. Maybe we don't need to delineate the borders very strictly. Obviously, there are some conventions in Kraków, there are conferences focusing on the tradition of Russian philosophy or religious philosophy, and the annual meetings called Kraków meetings, where we make research and discuss these traditions. But among philosophers, there is always a question, is Russian philosophy a religious philosophy or not? These questions reappear now and then. As for basic tenets or sources of inspiration, what were the origins of this philosophy? Here we can mention two tendencies, Byzantine, East Orthodox Church, Byzantine, where philosophy since the very beginning was understood as a kind of a spiritual task, a spiritual exercise, where philosophy is not only academic, like it is not about writing academic papers, it has a slightly different form of expression, and the most eminent was Florensky, and then others. They said that Trubetski, that icon is the location of philosophy, so from the perspective of the tradition or European tradition, it is non-obvious icon as the locus of making philosophy or tool of philosophy, because basically the tool of philosophy should be a word or philosophical treaty prepared according to certain criteria. If you talk about the icon or sermons or
gdzie tam jest filozofia.
Where is philosophy in that? But it is. And it has slightly different forms of expression, eminent literary works by Tolstoy, by Dostoevsky. It is also a means of philosophy, a tool of philosophy or philosophical texts, not only literary texts, but they appeared much later. And then there was a Western influence that came later on, and it established more academic framework, more conceptual framework, and Western tradition, its impact. Let me just give you an example. Peter's times, Catherine times, 16th century was already treated as the century of philosophy, but we can also talk about previous centuries in this context. I have to skip so many slides, but what is very typical, what are very typical features of the Russian thought is the close relation between philosophy and theology. Unfortunately, my time is very limited to give you, so I can't give you too many examples. Non-academic character of Russian philosophy. And here I will stop for a second, because for the Russian philosophy, what was very important was the matter, what is Russia, what is being Russian, so nationality, but also national issues of the Finns, of the Polish, of the Jews. So I guess if I had time, I would prepare a separate paper about that, the principle of organizing councils, and Plato and his influence on Russian religion. So some people say that the entire European philosophy is just annexation to the works of Plato. So unfortunately, I have to skip and go through all these slides. So let me just sum it up. As for the matter of nation, a Russian nation, it is very much present in the religious philosophy of Russia, so not only in politics, it is also in metaphysics, in anthropology, in a very broad sense. What is Russia as compared to other nationalities inhabiting the territory of the empire? In the context of the empire, this question is asked even more often, and today there are so many discussions about that. I've read a lot about Marian Zdziechowski recently, and we are preparing together with Professor Aliyev, we are preparing correspondence between Zdziechowski and Eugeniusz Trubeckoi, 1905, 1916, plus several other letters to Trubeckoj's widow, and so on and so forth. It is very well visible there how the issue of being Russian, of being Polish, or the issue of Polishness, which becomes a Russian topic, as Trubeckoj wrote about that, because the future of Poland is then translated directly to the future of Russia. I am so sorry that I don't have more time to present it at length, but this issue is highly topical, so I don't think I have time to tell you more about that. So definitely there are so many more details that I'd like to share, but thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much for fitting so well into your time slot. Well, this paper, I believe, it is a great foreboding of your absolutely excellent paper that I believe will be ready soon. Well, now, Professor Irena Wodzianowska from the Catholic University of Lublin. She will tell us about the policy of
i jego towarzystwa.
Tsar and his officials towards Basilians. So I will be presenting 40 years of Russian state's policy towards monks of St. Basil order. Well, it is not very different from the policy towards any orders, Catholic or Eastern Orthodox, so restricting their autonomy, subordinating them to local bishops, and cassation of the so-called unuseful orders. Then we have the concept of the policy of state here. Unitarian Church was approached and treated as a traitor and as a deviator and a deflector. It was about restoring Unitarians back to the bottom of the rightful religion. After 1795, there were 3 Basilian provinces that fell under the Russian part of Poland partitions. More than 1,200 monks. So the authorities first started the cassation of these monasteries that didn't have any prominent activity with few monks, and that number included the number of monasteries that were sought out by Eastern Orthodox bishops. So, for example, Szarogrod Monastery was transferred into the Greek or Eastern Orthodox Church, and another monastery, very prosperous monasteries with beautiful brick buildings. So apparently that was a purposeful action that were liquidated in the first wave of cassation. In 1801, there were as many as 85 monasteries in the Russian partition part of Poland, and then
ich Madryty. Chodzi o kwestię, że Bazylianie w 1802 roku zwołują kapitułę do Torokań. Próbują na nowo się zorganizować w tej geopolitycznej sytuacji.
Basilian monks of the Basilian order, they were making an effort to reorganize themselves and introduce the general order of the order and introduce some internal reforms. Very soon, all these decisions of the governing body of this order were liquidated by the Russian authorities. So, for example, there was this obligatory running of schools by monasteries enforced by Russia. These schools were addressed at educating impoverished nobles or peasants, so there would be like small parish schools or several people educated free of charge by monks at the monasteries. Well, first and foremost, that served to identify potential candidates for monks. Then it was also about educating children of the so-called business, the clergy.
w 1795
So it was 1795-1796
grecko-katolickich, które usiłują znaleźć
operation. There
jako
were
kapłani przy
hundreds of
kaplicach
Greek
rzymskokatolickich, kiedy
Orthodox
zamykają władzę
clergy that were
rosyjskie
left
jako kapłani przy
unemployed
dworach.
without any
Oczywiście
links.
władze przewidują
Well,
tak
of course, the
wolność wyznania
authorities,
i
they
gwarantują
allowed for
wypłaty
the
finansowe
freedom
dla
of
tego
religion
duchowieństwa.
and
Tylko, że te
guaranteed
wypłaty
some
wpływają,
reimbursement for
z
the
rocznym
clergy,
opóźnieniem,
but the reimbursement of the liquidation of potential posts for the Greek Orthodox clergy came very late after 1 year, and these married clergymen were left unemployed. So they were somehow forced to convert to the Eastern Orthodox religion in order to make their living. Then children of the Catholic clergymen quite often
w tym momencie szkół. Kolejne rozporządzenia, które zostały zablokowane.
Then there was another order. There were cassations of Basilian monks' monasteries in 1814. I'm not going to go into details here. That was described in detail by Professor Rachoń. Well, that was blocked by the Catholic hierarchy of both the Greek walls, and it was 1905 and 1906. And it was when this three-level or three-degree educational order system was introduced in the Kingdom of Poland. So there were, and then in 1810 it was banned to move between rites. We have quite a lot of letters from the St. Basil Order monks. It was necessary to educate some staff to run schools. So far, the literature hasn't devoted enough attention to educating Basilians from Catholic families and moving back to the right. So we don't know what is the percentage of monks that actually changed the right. We know that the Basilians who moved to the Catholic Church, they were moving back to Eastern Orthodox or Greek Orthodox right. Well, monks who wanted to go back to their Eastern Orthodox right, they were explaining that in their letters. So we have this abundance of letters exchange between bishops and to the World Council that expressed their opinion. Then there was this Unitarian Collegium. In case of two monks, these two monks succeeded to transfer back to the right. And then 1825, that's the key date and the key moment, because the ban was announced to access novitiate, and there was this ban on accepting new candidates. So it was about basically sentencing these monasteries to extinction. So there was this plan to liquidate Basilian monks' monasteries, and then bishops in the opposition, like Hołownia and Sierociński bishop and Matuszyński bishop, another bishop. That was between 1828 and 1832.
Antoniego Zupkę, Bazylego Łużyńskiego czy Żarskiego, czyli przychylnych rządowi
So after bishops who were supporting the government were appointed, all these reforms,
oczywiście tutaj używając terminologii
well, reforms in the Russian sense,
rozporządzenia
all these orders and regulations related to the reduction or destruction of monasteries started to be introduced.
Pierwsze to jest zewnętrzne
So the policy was as follows. So first there were some
do cerkwi prawosławnej.
rituals, there were some habits like to
noszenia brud przez duchowieństwo,
attend Eastern Orthodox churches. Well, the clergymen were
głównie prowadzenie ikonostazu,
in their
usunięcia bocznych
outer appearance, making themselves similar to Eastern Orthodox clergy. Then interior design and the type of rites in monasteries started to resemble Catholic and Eastern Orthodox rites.
Zamykane klasztorów bazyliańskich, tworzenia szkół, w których kształcą się
So schools
unici,
were being set up to educate Unitarians, but these were Russian schools. It was mandatory to have Russian offered, tutoring in Russian offered as one of the languages in Basilian schools, but here in this case we have Russian as the language of teaching and learning.
Duchownych, którzy by bezproblemowo przeszli do prawosławia. To w szczególności to powstaje pierwsze w Żyrowicach.
Then seminaries were set up for Basilians. Żelników and Połock. Why are they different from the Unitarian seminaries? So these seminaries taught Russian history, Russian politics, Russian language. There were also laymen, teachers of contemporary languages who were of Eastern Orthodox religion. So it was about bringing Greek Unitarians and Eastern Orthodox clergy together. So here, after November Raising, first cassations followed. All the monasteries, all the monks who took part in the November Raisings, they were punished by cassations. Siemaszko in 1854 suggested to close down 50 monasteries, and then bent to organize prayers and saying masses together with other rites was issued. So it was creating this uniform layout design of the Greek Orthodox Church. And here the clergy of the Greek Orthodox Church opposed. They opposed, for example, to prayer books and missals introduced by Eastern Orthodox Church.
Do katolickich klasztorów, dlatego że nie chcą przyjąć prawosławia.
Then penance was ordered on the Unitarian priests and monks because they were not willing to convert to Catholic religion and to the Catholic rites. Well, the first census of the clergymen who declared their intention to convert to Eastern Orthodox rite was made in mid-19th century. So such penance was in imposed on such monks who were not willing to convert. Siemaszko wrote about 70 members of the Basilian order who refused to convert to the Eastern Orthodox religion. With 251 members of the monastery, that number was quite high. So it was only in the Lithuanian diocese that 95 Belarusian monks and other monks refused to convert. And these monks, in their memoirs, write about the types of monasteries where they were supposed to serve the penance, monastir at Bytyn, so light labor and food restriction. So these would be preachers, these would be pedagogues and teachers in seminars, teachers from the local schools. So that was the elite of the monasteries of the St. Basil order who were not used to do ordinary daily jobs. Then persons who were not willing to convert to Eastern Orthodox religions, they would be sent out to serve their penance, and then there were some monasteries in Volyn. Let me describe how life looked like in such monastery as early as in 1830. This is a report made by one of the priests of the diocese. Father Elias Andruszkiewicz, he became the symbol of the martyrdom of the Unitarian clergy. So the first mention about him, based on the fragments of his diary, was published by Eustachy Iwanowski. Then his biography was published in 1905 by Marek Iwanowski. Elias Andruszkiewicz, he came from a Latin family in Podole, educated at the University of Vilnius, a theology candidate who was lecturing in several schools operated by St. Basil Order.
A już w momencie właśnie tych represji wobec niego administracja opactwa
when the repression against him started in 1836, he was the head of a monastery school, so he was first sent out to local governors for discussions and conversations. He was offered some career opportunities, and so he was sentenced to serving penance at the monastery of Tadolin. Since he was an influential member of the monastery, Siemaszko ordered him to be transferred to St. Petersburg. For 8 months, Andruszkiewicz stayed at Siemaszko's seat in St. Petersburg, so sometimes he would be treated to the best food and entertainment. Sometimes he would be kept on bread and water in his room. But he wouldn't succumb, he wouldn't convert. Then he was transferred to several other locations. He was ordered to be sent back to a monastery. Father Andruszkiewicz, he didn't visit all of these monasteries. And in 1839, he was transported to another monastery, to an Eastern Orthodox monastery, and he worked there as a servant. So that was characteristic for the period 1838-39. All the clergy that was resistant to the Russian influence, They was served as simple servants. So for 6 years he served in Novograd Siversky. Later on the order of the Russian authorities, he was released, but he was banned from performing any spiritual or functions. So he had to stay in the on the left bank of Dnieper in Ukraine, or he would be transported deep into Russian territory. So that was the fate of the Basilian fathers. They either had to remain on the left bank of Ukraine, left bank of Dnieper, Ukraine, and they had to remain under police surveillance. Later on, they were allowed to return to their family or to the monasteries. Andrushkevich, he stayed with his family in Tivrov, and later on he stayed and died at St. Bernard's monks monastery, and where he died. So after 1839, when monks forced to convert, Father Stulgiński, a former Unitarian monk, he said that conversion of single persons is no longer needed because everybody was converted into Eastern Orthodox. So Siemaszko wrote in his memoirs that all the clergymen should be accepted in Eastern Orthodox churches stradatelno, so swiftly, smoothly, without any additional conversions, by ordering passive participation in the Eastern Orthodox rites. Some monks followed that. Some monks were under pressure until 1848. I succeeded in founding the last conversion of St. Basil monks in 1846. Well, what is interesting, the 19th century historiography considers that church, that monastery into Eastern Orthodox, not in 1849, but in 1846, when the last Unitarian monk was converted into Eastern Orthodox religion. So we have the fate of monks whose fate was confirmed. So back in 1841, 82, 83, they remained Catholics. Potentially, I think they could have been more than that number, but for example, Siemaszko mentioned that Father Falkowski was transferred to Peten in 1840, but then all the visitations and registers and lists of monks show that he remained in that monastery. So that group of 60-something people is a group of verified group, and we might trace their fates. In 1852, Soltanowski was released by the police, and then he lived in Mierzyn, and he died there. So again, it was a monk who illegally operated as a monk, receiving confessions and supporting the clergy.
To tak, to albo nie będę używał mikrofonu, poradzę sobie własnym głosem, albo może zmienimy aparaturę. Jeśli jestem słyszany,
There is a problem with the mic, so interpreters are waiting for
Mam nadzieję, że teraz
All right, now it's better.
Bardzo proszę. Ja
Now
mam
it's better.
długą listę pytań, ale
I've got so many questions myself, but I'm opening the Q&A session for everyone. So yes, please wait for the mic. Dr. Krokosz. Yes, thank you for the mic.
Szanowni Państwo, bardzo
Ladies and gentlemen,
wszystkich bardzo dziękuję.
I was listening to all the 4 papers. All of them were highly interesting.
Chciałbym się tylko odnieść
I just wanted to refer to one of them.
podjętego
Maybe it's not a question, but as Professor Deszczyńska was talking about conversions, because I've had a closer look at that, at this phenomenon in the 17th century and the beginning of the 18th century, in the context of soldiers of the Tsarist army.
Bardzo ciekawe zjawisko było.
And there was a very interesting phenomenon. There was a big influx of foreigners in the Tsarist army.
Przybywali
So they arrived
protestanci.
from entire Europe, Protestants, Catholics. And what was very noticeable is that if you wanted to have a faster career in the army, if you wanted to improve your financial situation, you had to convert because you received additional money, additional table dishes, because they are registered. What was given to the person converted to Orthodox religion. And they received like cloths for clothes, and there was a possibility of a faster promotion, and it was easier for the converted person to be promoted and to be successful in the army. So, if it is the beginning of the 18th century, with the outbreak of the Northern War, and Swedish soldiers are taken captive, the ones in captivity don't want to convert to Orthodox religion. They are supported by their clergymen, by Protestant clergymen who are also in captivity, but in time some of them are converted because either they don't want to go back to Sweden or they want to start a family in Russia. In the 17th century, there were also not only soldiers, but sometimes their families. You've mentioned conversion of women, enforced, actually imposed on them by husbands. So wives, when they wanted to get rid of their wives, these wives were given away to nunneries. And there was a possibility to leave your wife behind in the nunnery, in a way, to get rid of her, to be blunt. These are highly interesting issues. So it was just a remark, and I will hand the mic around.
Yeah, thank you very much. I have a question to Professor Anna Barańska. First of all, thanks for this very interesting presentation, which highlighted an important aspect between autocratic power on the one hand and religious issues. And actually, I have 2 questions. My first question is related. You made a statement concerning Uvarov and between religious affiliation and political loyalty, that is allegiance, so to say. And could you say something more about it? I'm curious if there was any justification by him recalling the doctrine he launched in 1833, that is official nationality, that the youth should be educated in the spirit of autocracy, orthodoxy and nationhood. That would be the first issue. The second one, what was the language of the document? I suspect that, or I suppose that one was written in Latin, the other one in Russian. If this is the case, I'm curious whether there was a third one, namely a French one, because very often in case of bilateral agreements, especially in peace treaties, when they were written in different languages, in 18th and probably 19th centuries, there was a third one, the French one, which could be used in case of disagreement and treated as an authoritative version. Thank you.
Dziękuję. Miałbym pytanie do pani profesor Deszczyńskiej.
Thank you. I have a question to Professor Deszczyńska. Apart from these interesting documents of the Warsaw Archdiocese that you've discussed, do you know if there are any others kept and preserved in Kraków? Because we know that in the Warsaw Archdiocese there was a very poor condition of documents. So if you find any documents apart from the ones that you have mentioned, it is usually like sensational news. Perhaps the first question to Professor Barańska. Thank you for this highly interesting presentation. My question is, what was the significance of Mieczysławska, what was her significance in this context? And the question to Professor Obolewicz, whether in Russian philosophy we can separate like enlightenment, the enlightenment of the Orthodox Church, because these issues are discussed in the literature. What is enlightened is Profan Prokopowicz, Koniński, but also Platon, Levshin, and I don't know whether it is like connected or similar to Catholic Enlightenment, or is it something else? And a question to Professor Wodzianowska. So Basilian situation, well, it was not concocted by lay officials. It was prepared but unite by Józef Siemaszko, actually. It was his idea. Let us think about it, Madam Professor. What would have happened if the idea of learned monks won? And they said that using Cossacks, we are entering there, and unites are to be removed from the parish, and we are going to introduce the Muscovite clergymen. So would we agree that this process of moving towards Orthodox religion, this process ended with the document that you've mentioned, but would you agree that, well, we should have a very negative perception of this process because it was a bloody process, actually. But wouldn't it have been worse if the option of Tsarist officials won or learned monks? What is your opinion about that? Thank you. Thank you very much. The first question to Professor Barańska. If we think about the fact that this weird concordat was practically confidential, did it have any real influence on the reality in Russia? Do you see any links between this almost secret document and the later reality? And to Professor Deszczyńska, in memoirs of Szczęsny Feliński, there is a romantic vision that men disappointed after the partitions of Poland, they were like playing, having fun, but actually women were teaching prayers to children, maintaining patriotic spirit. Perhaps it was happening in manners, I don't know. And you were talking about cities, so maybe the fact of many conversions in cities, maybe it was an exception actually in this situation. Maybe it was a specific milieu in the big city. And to Professor Wodzianowska, I don't know whether I've heard you correctly that in 1801 at the chapter or the meeting of the chapter a function of a general was introduced. You mean like renewal, because proto-archimandric function, meaning that general in these terms, existed in the Basilian order beforehand. And similarly, like Professor Morawiec unites involved of their situation and moving towards Orthodox Church, well, towards the end of the 18th century, a bigger challenge for units in the late phase of the Republic of Poland was Latinization, so moving to the Latin right, because there were bigger perspectives of like better status, better career, better success. Maybe it had a certain influence, like mental, emotional impact on the sense that our right is so important to us, that Orthodox Church is closer to us than Latin Rite or Catholic Church, because we could always feel that we are inferior in this context and we were marginalized by the Catholic Church. That's all from me. Thank you very much. A short question to Professor Deszczyńska. What about the data that you have presented? How did you collect the data? Can we be certain that it was a systematic process, or was it like fragmented or fragmentary information? I'm just curious about the sources and your approach to the sources. Thank you very much for all these great papers. I have one question to Professor Obolewicz. I listened very carefully to your paper about researching Russian philosophy and Russian religious philosophy. Do you have a topic of criticism of the empire? Do you see this topic of critical reflection about the empire as the burden, in a way, for Russia, not as something that is a certain mission, like a positive mission of Russia? I'm thinking about the example of Georgy Piotrowicz-Fiodotow, historian of philosophy. It was his approach, it was his perception. Or writers, philosophers that we could see for a moment. Lev Tolstoy was one of them, also had a very similar perception of the empire. Because on the Western side, or on the European side, there is a very clear division. I don't know which part is more dominant, or well, but what I mean, there is apologetic currents of the empire, Christian or non-Christian empire, but there is also the thesis that an empire here on the earth is always evil, because we cannot have a good Christian empire. On the Russian side, I would think that there is a very strong dominance of the opinion that an empire, Christian empire, is a positive mission. Hence my question about the dissident opinion, dissident voices, which might state that an empire is rather an obstacle to salvation. Yes, a short question to Professor Deszczyńska. What do we know about conversions in Łomża that you have touched upon? Thank you. All right, Chairman, over to you. Thank you. These are extremely important questions, and I can see there is like an avalanche of questions. We have like 3-4 minutes per answer, up to 5. Yes, so we have to stick to these time limits, up to 5 minutes for your answers per person, one by one. Yes.
Dobrze. Tak, Uwarow.
Uwarow obviously refers to his theory of this formula, tripartite formula, but he's like moving in the avant-garde. So these laws against proselytes were from the traditions of the past. These were rights of the past. This was an argument of negotiators on the Russian side. It is a new law. It is not a new law. It has existed, had existed for centuries. So actually actually the laws that they introduced recently were actually much lighter and much more relaxed than the past laws. But Uvaros was trying to emphasize, or actually to include it in the official Russian position. So it was his over-interpretation. As for the languages of documents, there were 4 of them in the correspondence between diplomats, between Russia and the Holy See, an entire diplomatic correspondence. There was French. The language of protocols from the negotiations was Italian. Latin is only in papal documents, and Russian is in internal documents of the committee, which was established to prepare the instructions for negotiators. The significance of Makryna Mieczysławska. Well, cutting off from the information, so a ban of direct contact with the Holy See. It was the ban from Catherine, and Russia paid a lot of attention that it is observed. Lack of direct communication between bishops and the Pope took place also in other countries, also Catholic countries, but there were big fines and punishments in Russia for violating this ban. Besides, there was a great distance, so the communication would have been difficult. So Nicholas observed this ban also very much. Versandir, the policy of the deed done, so he didn't want information about things happening in Russia being let out to outside of Russia. So the rulers didn't want any support from the Pope to the clergymen in Russia. So obviously there were unofficial channels of passing on information, but sometimes it went both ways. What does it mean? It was very difficult to verify information. In Makryna's case, it was just beginning of the negotiations, or before the beginnings of negotiations. Obviously, emigration, Poles on exile are trying to emphasize that the Pope actually at the beginning is leaning towards, well, is a bit cautious, but willing to believe that when it turns out that there are some weak points in Makryna's testimony, he's taking a step back, and the Pope declares to the Russian delegation that this case is not taken into account at all. He's saying he did not agree officially to the publication of the minutes from the interrogation of Makryna by the Reverend Iwowicki and Father Ryło, a Jesuit. So Vatican was very cautious. There was another case at that time, Celestine Widim, who is lured from the Ottoman Empire territory, and he's lured to Russia. He's arrested, and there were gossip about shooting him dead, and it proved untrue. And then the Russian delegation is happy to see that it was fake news, and it was proven that it hadn't happened like that. So these were very complex and difficult cases. And the last question, real impact of the Concordat. There was a certain impact, namely the role of the Concordat as the defensive role. Well, actually, it played its role, defensive role, because it slowed down certain activities, not entirely, just to some extent. So it was connected with limitation of bishops' powers and limiting the process or slowing it down. A new diocese was set up at the Kherson in the south of Russia. It was to be used to diminish Polish influence. It was unsuccessful, actually, but then there was the role of the executive power of the Bulla, Ignacy Hołowiński.
Szczęśliwy przypadek, można
It was happens actually by chance,
który został starannie wybrany
because it was a clergy person selected as the new person in this position, Metropolitan Bishop, and they made a mistake actually because Hołowiński was very much involved in executing all the contents and all the provisions of the Concordat as much as he could. And by the confidential way, he sent documents to Rome, documents, well, full set of documents or not, we don't know that. So it was a very risky move on his part. He sent these documents to Rome together with the register of all the parishes, new draft plan of diocese. So, well, yes, the Concordat was quite significant in a way, that had some significance. Yes, I will try to be brief.
Thank you very much for all questions. Let me just refer to the comment from Dr. Krokosz. So undoubtedly it was about the promotion of a husband, or in case of young men who converted, it was about their own promotion, or perhaps it was about forging their career path, like people working for the state lottery, people working for the national railways, or people working for the governor.
Następne pytanie, przepraszam, nie wiem, czy pan się przedstawił.
Well, the next question
adresować, ale do wszystkich może od razu się zwrócę.
Was
w roku 2022
about the following.
na stronie
In
Archiwum Archidiecezjalnego w
2020,
Warszawie
in
została
2022,
opracowana przeze mnie we współpracy z Archiwum Archidiecezjalnym i Archiwum Misjonarzy
published
obszerna lista archiwaliów misjonarskich dotyczących archidiecezji warszawskiej. I są to archiwalia
registers
od okresu,
and
czasów
all
saskich,
the
aż do
information available in archives of the missionaries.
Zamyka, czyli lat 60. XIX wieku.
That is
To jest
mostly
spis komputerowy, który jest w
1860 and
zakładce na
before.
stronie archiwum.
So there is this
byłam kilka
computerized
krajów
list.
misjonarzy. Kwerendy trwały w sumie
I spent
po kilka dni.
some time at the missionaries' archives. I have scans from the registers, and then the ledger with that register is so interesting. I can give you the file number as well if you would like to have it. It is a very difficult catalog to browse through. But there is so much material regarding Warsaw and helpful in Warsaw-related research. Then I have another project. Well, actually, I've been invited to that project. It's about the history of Warsaw. Well, unfortunately, that project expired. We had two very successful editions. Now this project is suspended. We haven't received the next round of grant. Still, in that project about Warsaw related, organized by the Institute of History of the Polish Academy of Sciences, well, together with two other colleagues, Anna Salina and Zahara Związek, we developed a catalog of diplomas and certificates from Warsaw and national catalog. We have these diplomas. So we have, they are at the archives, and the catalog will be published next year. So there is this whole multitude of material. That's so interesting. When talking about archives, let me move on to the question of my esteemed colleague and friend, Dr. Tomasz Szwaciński. So these lists were made by the officials of the Bishop's Court in Warsaw. So these were separate lists in forms of tables. They didn't have any cover letters except for the titles of tables that were published published as a separate piece of or sheet of paper. So the missionaries were left with some lists that were just preserved accidentally. No comments to these lists. One last thing, I found some documents going back to 1830s, and they refer to the letters exchanged between some high-ranking officials. So one is about baptizing children by Catholic clergymen, and then about wedding banns, were calling future bride and grooms schismatics in their wedding banns announced in church. So most likely the process of collecting the data was a continuous process where these documents perhaps were lost because they were not affixed to the main volume. I've been here in Krakow for several days right now. Well, I hope I didn't skip or miss anything, but unfortunately I couldn't find any more material. Then the next question, which comes as a challenge, that is a question from reference Zions.
Pamiętnikarskich czy literackich, czy też
He spoke about the stereotype. The stereotype that women are more religious, and perhaps the files, the registers left, they only partially prove that phenomenon. Well, I think that is related to that very different nature of Warsaw. Warsaw was a large city with the military presence of a military garrison and barracks. And well, then we had this liquidation of the orders after November and January raisings. Well, these orders, they were instrumental for piety and faith in cities like Warsaw. So that affected these religious rites followed by people from mixed marriages. But still, at the time of Russian sovereignty, Russian rule, it is surprising to find so many conversions to these Eastern Orthodox right against such forms of oppression, such as imposition of a Russian language, erection of the citadel, and other severe restrictions imposed by Russians. So I think that one may risk a statement that the physical presence of both the army and Russians, so Russian-speaking residents and the Eastern Orthodox churches could affect that adaptation of townspeople, petit bourgeois, to the new conditions of life and living.
Listy z innych okresów byłyby bardziej
następczynikiem, powiedzmy, kariery mężczyzn, other periods would be more, would offer more information about men. But here, me and Madame Bzura, we see similar results. Let me move on to the question from Dr. Matteo Piccin. Well, we had research from the city of Łomża, so apparently we have that description in the books of Agata Tuszyńska, Violeta Wiernicka, and other books and works. Well, it seems that
jeśli chodzi
Polish
o
females
liczby w
and
latach 90.
Eastern
XIX
Orthodox
wieku, to było właśnie w Łomży to apogeum, a w Warszawie to apogeum było w latach
Roman Catholic
1999. O ile pamiętam,
marriages will reach its peaks in
1905 do ukazu
the end of
tolerancyjnego.
the 19th century and in Warsaw slightly later.
Przewaga kobiet była tak duża
So
w tych
the
małżeństwach
prevalence
mieszanych,
of
że mówimy o
women was so
1700
high
małżeństwach
in
Polek z Rosjanami
the
i tylko
mixed
270
marriages was such that there were about 1,700 of Polish women marrying Eastern Orthodox men, Russian men, and very few, markedly fewer Orthodox men marrying Catholic women. I believe that Madame Zura, she collected more reliable
praca pod
data.
tytułem Rosjanie na północno-wschodnim Mazowszu w XIX
So
wieku i w
Russians
pierwszej
in
połowie
the
XX
North
wieku. Studia i
Eastern
materiały pod
Mazovian
redakcją Michała
region
Gnatowskiego,
in the
Łomża
second part of the 19th
2009.
century.
Tam mamy dwa
That's the
ciekawe
work I'm
teksty
referring to
pana
with
Jerzego
two
Łupińskiego,
very
Wątki
interesting
prawosławne w
texts,
zbiorach Archiwum Diecezjalnego
and
Łomżyńskiego oraz
I'm
pani
quoting
Zury.
their titles.
Tak, księdza, przepraszam. Także proszę Państwa, no w kuluarach służę
So ladies and gentlemen, I'll be happy to share more information
Bardzo
with you
proszę o odpowiedź
in personal
siostry profesor. Ja
conversation.
nie mogę się powstrzymać, żeby nie skomentować, że ta ogromna ilość małżeństw mieszanych tam na północnym
Just comment
wschodnim
that
Mazowszu wiązała
that
się ze
huge
zmianą
number of
geopolityki
mixed
rosyjskiej,
marriages
budową
in
ogromnej ilości
northwestern
fortyfikacji,
Poland was
fortów i koszar
connected with
na tym obszarze i pojawiła
construction
się
of
ogromna
so
ilość
many
kandydatów
forts,
na
military
męża.
barracks and garrisons in the northern regions of Poland, northeastern regions of Poland, and more opportunities to find a husband. Well, the 18th century for the Russian philosophical culture was so interesting. That was the century of philosophy. Catherine herself, she considers herself a philosopher. So at that time, there was this Western reception in all directions, so we had
korespondencję
all
między Katarzyną Wolterą, więc jak najbardziej można
these
mówić o
visits
tym
of philosophers to Warsaw, visiting Catherine and visiting Moscow, and that was René Descartes and other philosophers exchanging letters with her. Then we have this religious enlightenment.
Platona. To zjawisko faktycznie tak się nazywa, oświecenie religijne,
czyli this is what it was
niekiedy się przeciwstawia temu świeckiemu,
religious enlightenment. Sometimes it was presented in the opposition to the religious enlightenment, and sometimes one would say that these were two sides of the same phenomenon. So we have that religious enlightenment.
Przyznam się, że jestem trochę w kłopocie.
Answering your question, Professor, I might say that I'm in a bit of difficulty because I do not deal with political and social philosophy. From what I know about philosophy in general, well, I cannot refer you to any works that would have that anti-imperialistic attitude. I would say that imperialism is not shown as such. Perhaps, well, that concept seems to be omitted. It might be a response to imperialism. If philosophers do not refer to the imperialism, well, one may refer to the curse of imperialism. This is something that Russians do and know, etc. Well, the empire
mieszkają, co jest, ale nie wszyscy to opisują. Nie
what
wszyscy
they
w tym
live
polemizują,
in is what they know, but not all of them understand it, will know it, etc. So there are there are no or very few well-known
Być może to jest taka odpowiedź,
studies on that.
no, jakaś reakcja.
Perhaps that is
Natomiast
a
można oczywiście
reply,
spotkać
that is a response.
te tendencje w kierunku
then,
jakiejś
of
teokracji, albo czasem
done
jakiejś
some
tam civilities day i tak dalej. Więc w tym sensie, w takim religijnym ubraniu można
perhaps one would need to seek in the more
Dziękuję serdecznie za pytanie.
for that
Odpowiadając
in the
na
more
pierwszy, czym
religious
się różni ten
context.
proces przejścia wymyślony przez użytników, a przez mnichów.
Thank
W
you.
dłuższej
Answering
perspektywie
this
czasowej
question
w żaden
about the
sposób, ze względu na to,
process
że los
of a
kościoła
transition.
unickiego był przesądzony. W ten czy inny sposób należało go zlikwidować. Chodziło o metodę i
From
sposób
the
rozwiązania.
Unitarian
Wydaje mi się, że
to
administracja rosyjska
non-Unitarian
wyciągnęła
rights, it seems
z tych
that
kasakt, które się odbyły pod koniec
the
wieku na
Russian
Wołyniu. To
administration
jest zjawisko
had some
nieopisane, ale tam
conclusions from
dochodzi opór
the
wiernych, obrona
conversions in
cerkwi,
Wołyń,
łącznie z bronią, tak, napaści na kozaków, a
there
później
was
wrogi
this
stosunek
armed
także do dwóch duchownych
resistance
prawosławnych.
Combined with later
Duchowieństwo prawosławne,
hostile
biskupi mają
attitude to
problem,
the Eastern
dlatego że
Orthodox
ci duchowni prawosławni
clergy.
uciekają z tych parafii.
Well, and then, as a
Ludzie nie
result,
przychodzą na
Eastern
nabożeństwa,
Orthodox
są wrogo
clergymen
nastawieni do
would
duchownych,
leave
w związku
or
z tym po
abandon
3
these
miesiące, 6
parishes
do roku
and
i
go
się
elsewhere.
zmieniają proboszczowie w tych parafiach. Tak więc tutaj przede wszystkim chodziło o to,
Parish
żeby nie
priests
tworzyć
in
konfliktu.
these parishes would change very often, or parish priests would abandon their
właśnie jeszcze przed
parishes.
pierwszym i przed jego rozporządzeniami wyhamowuje cały ten proces właśnie
So that whole
przejścia tej
process
akcji misyjnej, tak zwanej właśnie rosyjskiej. na
slows down before
Inna
that
kwestia to jest
missionary action in
27-31
that
rok, czyli opór
area.
zarówno
And then there was
mnichów
this
uczonych też, czyli
resistance
biskupów,
of by educated
władz
monks
ograniczających życie cerkwi,
against any actions that would restrict the life of an Eastern Orthodox Church. Well, in my opinion, we attach too much of importance to Siemaszko.
Mało krytycznego spojrzenia na jego wspomnienia, ale także na tych pozycjach rosyjskich, które powstają go jako gloryfikatora, prowodyra, prawosławia.
Well, so there are some Russian memoirs naming him the provoker, naming him the person that would take some revengeful actions. But actually,
właśnie do 42-43 roku.
there are some descriptions were some information
Natomiast on opisuje ich, że do konwersji dokonali, że się
about
zgodzili.
conversions
Tak, myślę, że należałoby jeszcze raz te pamiętniki
and
z takim
people who
dużym
voluntarily
krytycyzmem
agreed to
wobec
convert.
Siemaszki.
So
No, to jest
I
też
would
pytanie generalnie o rolę
suggest,
samego Siemaszka. Pamiętajmy, jego ojciec, a nie jego brat, a nie wszystkie trzej
that we should
siostry,
approach
które
it with
wyszły
caution.
za mąż za duchownych grecko-katolickich. Jeszcze
Three
3
sisters
lata po
of
kasacji
Siemaszko
unii
and his
były
brother
prawosławne.
and
Oni właśnie
his
należają
brother,
do tej grupy tak zwanych
they were
stradatylno przyjętych właśnie do
not
prawosławia.
Eastern
Tak, on nie mógł zastosować represji
Orthodox
wobec
3
własnej
years
rodziny.
after that rule
Natomiast
was
cała jego rodzina, tak,
introduced.
brat, siostry,
Well, his
pozostałego
entire
katolictwa, ojciec był
family, they
katolik, chociaż pochowany na
remained
cmentarzu
in the
prawosławnym.
Catholic Church.
Brat
His
tak
own
samo.
father died a
Ale to mamy
Catholic,
przypadku
although
nawet
he was
bazylianów, tak,
buried
więc
in
tak
an Eastern
spektakularne, jak
Orthodox
przywołane nagrania
cemetery.
diecezji czy archidiakonatu kijowskiego Talnym, gdzie jeden z bazylianów, który żyje do końca końca lat 50. jako nieformalny kapelan przy dworze, prosi o pochowanie go na cmentarzu katolickim.
So, for example, there was this chaplain who requested to be buried in the Catholic cemetery, but then Eastern Orthodoxes removed his coffin during the funeral and prevented his burial in the ground
polskiej, tylko w kijowskich
during
wielomieściach.
that attempt at the
O takim triumfie
Catholic
prawosławnym, bo ten bazylianin
burial.
właśnie biernie
It
uczestniczył
was because
czasów tych
that
największych
person was a passive participant of the biggest celebration
Więc z pewnością tak no, kluczowy wydaje mi się
of
jest ten
the
31
Eastern
rok,
Orthodox
powstanie
rites.
listopadowe, które
So
przyspiesza
in
wszystkie
my
procesy.
opinion, the
Długie
key is
dyskusje,
the
dywagacje,
November
tak jak czytamy, te
Rising.
wszystkie rozważania komitetu,
So there were many debates, etc.
dotyczy wprowadzenia właśnie w okresie późniejszym języka rosyjskiego, to jednak jest jednak czyn zbrojny i zaangażowanie. I
So
to, że
it was
Unici się nie
largely
okazali lojalnymi
about
poddanymi, jest tutaj chyba najistotniejsze. I na kwestia
action.
protoarchimandryty. Ojcze profesorze,
then
tak, wśród tej listy właśnie represjonowanych
Responding
duchownych
to
jest
your
Krzyżman
question
Falkowski, tak,
about
protoarchimandryta poprzedni.
repressed members of the
Literaturze
clergy,
dokańskiej chodziło
Father
o
Falkowski was
scalenie
among
zakonu,
them.
czyli połączenie obu
So
prowincji,
it was
i
about
litewskiej,
bringing
i
two provinces
białoruskiej,
together,
czyli znalezienie sposobu,
provinces
tak,
of Russia and
poprzez
Belarus. So it
centralizowanie
was
władzy,
about
scalenie mocniejszego
finding
głosu bazylianów
a
właśnie w
way
państwie
to
rosyjskim.
unite
Tak zostało tutaj
monks of
2
St.
lata
Basil's
później
order.
zniweczone.
So 2 years
Co do
later,
pozycji
that came to a
cerkwi w
halt.
XVIII wieku, no to
As
pamiętajmy,
about the
że
position
pomimo
enjoyed by
obietnic
the Eastern
wszelkich,
Orthodox
Unii
Church in the
Brzeskiej,
19th
dopiero
century,
ostatni metropolita
it was
kijowski zasiada w
only
Senacie. Pod koniec
the
XVIII
last
wieku. Gdy chodzi o poziom organizacji,
metropolitan of
z tego co udało mi się
Kiev
prześledzić
who joined the
na
Senate.
terenach wschodnich Rzeczpospolitej,
As
czy
far as
południowo-wschodnich,
I could
im dalej się
see,
cofamy, ten proces latynizacji pod koniec XVIII wieku bardzo różnie wygląda. Inaczej
That
wyglądają tereny
process,
chełmszczyzny, gdzie nie ma
varied.
ikonostasów, gdzie odprawiane są na przykład zwyczaje cichych mszy przez
there were like
przez
silent
duchownych, a zupełnie inaczej
services
wygląda, właśnie chociażby
offered
Podole,
by clergymen
szczególności
in that
wschodnie,
area,
południe,
in
gdzie
the area of
ikonostasy są
Podole.
obligatoryjne.
It
Może
was
jako taki
mandatory
przykład
to have
mentalnościowy.
sets of icons
Powstaje
in
cerkiew pod wezwaniem
Eastern
Matki Bożej
Orthodox
Różańcowej.
churches.
Ona po 20 latach znika. Jest cerkiew Matki Bożej Opieki.
And then churches,
Udaje się
Eastern
zlokalizować, że
Orthodox
chodzi o tą
churches
samą
would be
świątynię,
remain. Apparently,
tylko
it was the
tylko w momencie,
same
księgi święceń
church,
kapłańskiej.
but
Duchowny zostaje
apparently
wyświęcony do parafii pod wezwaniem Matki Bożej Opieki, alas Matki Bożej Różańcowej. W związku z tym
we have some registers of ordination of priests and following entries in these registers of ordination, we can see some changes
wschodniego prawosławia czy wschodniego obrządku i prawosławia znacznie mocniejszy.
introduced in terms of names and patrons of these churches.
Bardzo dziękuję. Jak rozumiem,
Thank you so much. So I understand that we can close this Q&A session. I thank you so much for sticking to your time limits and for answering so exhaustively all the questions from our audience. I succeeded in overcoming my weaknesses and I prevented myself from answering my own questions. And I see you very soon, ladies and gentlemen, at the next part of this conference.
Raz.
Jak zrobić, żeby ten slajd zajął całą ekran? To jest slajd. Ale to było tak, to żeby te... Tego nie było tu. Tak, na pełny ekran.
Zaczynamy, tak? Dobrze. Bardzo dziękuję
Right
za
then,
zaszczyt
thank you very much for giving me this honor to introduce and moderate the next panel. Let me just say that we have to stick to our time limits because today's lunch will be at the hotel in Gertrude Street, so we need to walk there, and the hotel has very limited window for distributing our meal to everyone. So 20 minutes per paper, there will be Q&A session, but 1:45 is the end of our session, because we need to go. So I hope we'll have sufficient time to deliver our papers and discuss them. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce the first speaker. It will be Professor Stanisław Wiech, Jan Kochanowski University in Kielce. The floor is yours. Thank you very much indeed. Let me say that my title was slightly shortened because I've realized that entire paper focusing on 50 years, well, it would be very complex to talk about 50 years in this context. So I decided to shorten the time period on which I'm going to focus. Should I exhaust the subject or should I exhaust the audience? That's always a dilemma of every speaker. So the struggle of the Russian Empire against the Catholic Church and clergy in the light of their circulars, it is worth looking at the religious policy of the Vilnius governor generals through circulars. They are usually very precious when we try to analyze various ways of interference of religious practices and life of Catholic Church and Catholic community, because actually they interfered in both religious life and religious practices. But these circulars allow us to notice things that we tend not to notice, like define the level of involvement of Vilnius general governors in fighting the Catholic Church, and to show the specific nature of the governorate, which were very unique and different than in other parts of the Russian Empire, and they had their references to the Kingdom of Poland. Interestingly, many of these circulars were actually going against other top-ranking documents. And actually some people were aware of that, but it was slightly neglected, it was slightly well, it was accepted because decisions of governors generals were supposed to be honored anyway. The source basis for the present study is the collection of circulars of Vilnius governor generals kept in the special collection dedicated for the Ministry of Interiors. It was prepared by one office of the governor of Kaunas, and there were like 126 circulars like that, and more than 80% 50% of those pertained only to religious matters and the matters of the Catholic Church. Under the Governor General, there were 6 governors subordinated to him. You can calculate all the numbers, but well, statistics are not entirely precise because some circulars were addressed to all governors subordinated to the general governor of Kaunas. Let me just say that the topics appearing in circulars were numerous, and let me just say that the majority of these documents are copies, and they were drawn up for the ministry, which said that they do not know their content. There are some complaints to Petersburg, and they cannot refer to these complaints because they don't have any legal foundation for that. So the entire collection was divided into 19 topics. Let me enumerate main topics. So, Catholic seminaries, appointment and release of priests from parishes, reunions of priests on various tiers, then religious processions, ways of the cross, funeral ceremonies, delivering sermons preached by priests, confession, Holy Communion, clothing of ecclesiastical clergymen, employment of priests, distribution of Christmas wafers, memorial services for the deceased rulers of Russia, confinement of priests in monasteries, and 40-hour services taken in homage by newly ordained priests, closing down Catholic communities and monasteries, church buildings, branches, chapels, church fences, cash collections for the repair and construction of churches, and then absences of priests in parishes. The major direction or the major shape of these circulars was given by Mikhail Muravyov. He arrived in Vilnius in May 1863, and one of his first decisions was sentencing 3 priests to death. And his predecessor just wanted to send them to Siberia. And they were sentenced to death, actually, for reading the National Government Manifesto. And he was writing, I started with priests because they were main organizers of riots. Poles did not believe I would do that, but I commanded to shoot them. And Poles were then very much frightened. There was much crying, shouting in the town. Bishop Krasiński, more than others, was afraid of the execution of the priests. He feared for himself and for his chapter, and when I called on him to order the Roman Catholic clergy to speak against uprising, he pretended to be ill, and to set an example, I had him deported to Viatka. So this fight against the Catholic Church was taking the shape of postulates, and you can say that it was like going back to Russian roots. But in ecclesiastical matters, he focused mostly on weakening the position of the Catholic Church at the expense of strengthening the position of the Orthodox Church. He fought against any Polish or Latin right propaganda, so it was his line that he wants to limit admitting young people to monasteries. He wanted to monitor the number of clergymen in parishes. I'm just quoting several topics included in his circulars. So he made all the nominations to any positions on his decision or on the decision of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and there were 4 separate circulars about that. He wanted to control the content of sermons delivered in churches. He forbade establishing any brotherhoods or any religious associations or societies. I'm not giving you any dates because it would be too specific. And he also granted himself exclusive right to give permission for the construction of new altars and chapels, and he also wanted to receive some kind of taxes actually from the church, and he also imposed contribution tax on the entire clergy and landowners, Polish landed gentry. So under the decree of 1864, between 20 and 40% of the clergy's salaries were taken from the assigned salaries, so they had like smaller salaries, but like 40%. And 40% of the allocated available funds were taken away. Priests from male and female monasteries were deprived of 25% of their remuneration, and parish clergy was deprived of 20% of their salary. Muraviov said that the state treasury cannot afford paying this kind of money to priests, and there was assessment. It was estimated that it is about 300 rubles if they want to send a priest to Siberia, and some clergymen protested against repressions of uprising participants, and they did not participate in the uprising. Despite that fact, they were imposed all these fines or cutting down on their salaries. So he said that because these priests were leaders of the riots, they had to be sent to Siberia, and then there was also another policy against clergymen, namely many cases were taken to court against them, more than 729. Another line of Muraviov's policy was close monitoring of seminars for young priests, and he was talking about limiting laziness of Catholic clergymen. Laziness was fought by him by reducing the number of the clergy in seminars, and he forbade or limited access to monasteries, as I've already mentioned. Interestingly, he had some postulates connected with drawing a line between Catholic clergymen and local population. There was a circular of 1865 forbidding employing non-Catholic employees by Catholic clergymen. So he wanted to limit any contacts between priests with people of other religions and denominations, because he saw priests as like the source of Catholic and Polish propaganda. So these severe measures imposed by Muraviov received personal support of Alexander II. So he emphasized in his memoirs, and let me quote, in 1864, when presenting a memorandum to our ruler, and was memorandum on certain questions relating to the future arrangements of northwestern country, and insisted strongly that this country was not Polish, it was only Polonized as a result of mistakes of our government. This thought was very much opposed by some government people, and in the Committee of Ministers, including Pavel Gagarin, tried to leave the memorandum unanswered, even though they agreed to my proposals about establishment of Russian schools, abolition of the Polish language, official relations in scientific institutions, curbing Polish propaganda, removing of Polish officials, and so on and so forth. But my postulates would not be completed and implemented if they hadn't been supported by the ruler himself. So he admitted there was a strong support of the Tsar. If Muraviov set the direction of these changes, his followers, so Konstantin Kaufmann and Baranov, continued this line. Kaufmann was famous for very brutal nature of enforcing conversion of Catholic population, so he used administrative measures to convert them to Orthodox religion. Like 70,000 was forced to convert in a very short period of time. Kaufmann was very sensitive to other aspects, like religious aspects. For example, he tried to clean the public space of all symbols testifying to the presence of Catholic Church and Catholic believers in the public sphere. So he forbade in one of his circulars to use the Polish language in the seminars, and he was writing to a bishop, since that moment it is forbidden to use the Polish language in teaching and practical classes, because this language is a foreign language for the local population. It is also foreign to the entire governorate of Kaunas, so it should be unconditionally forbidden in the entire seminary, as well as in conversations between alumni. There was also the Strożenko's commission, discussed by Professor Wodzianowska in her papers, which suggested various anti-Polish or anti-Latin Rite solutions. So the follower of Kaufmann, Baranov, interestingly enough, in the opinion of many historians, he was moving away from this repressive nature of previous circulars. If you look at his documents, his circulars, we would say he wasn't that much less severe, actually, and less brutal. For example, he was well known for writing many circulars on very minute details. For example, he introduced a ban on distributing Christmas wafers because he called it a form of Latin Polish propaganda carried out among the Orthodox population, and people of this Orthodox population are encouraged to receive Christmas wafers. So he forbade taking the host, the body of Christ, to the sick through the streets, because the believers tended to kneel in the streets, which attracted interest of Orthodox populations. So he wrote that it had a very negative impact on Orthodox population. And he also introduced a ban on hanging black flags and mourning shrouds in houses where the dead were mourned. As he explained, all these symbols created an unpleasant impression on the inhabitants and may harm their health. And he also wrote about ordinary and solemn funeral processions. Only ordinary were accepted. It meant that only one priest could participate, carrying one cross. If someone wanted to carry a flag, black flag, singing orchestra, they were considered to be solemn and ceremonial processions, and each and single one required a special permission. There was another ban to wear a blue robe with red cuffs and red collar, and red Catholic cross embroidered on the chest. The only argument to justify the ban was the statement that such symbols are not worn by servants and bell ringers of Orthodox Church. So, well, these bans were just examples. There was an idea not to write any inscriptions in Polish on graves and crosses. Kaufmann and Baranov, in a way, continued Muraviov's ideas. Interestingly enough, the next one, Potopov, was considered to be the most pro-Polish. And even some people called his period like thawing period, like thaw defrosting period, but actually his circulars do not prove the point. I'm receiving the signals that I cannot give you too many examples and too many details, but this general, Alexander Potapov, even though he was considered pro-Polish, he was very anti-Catholic, and he liquidated more than 190 religious brotherhoods. Only one remained in Vilnius because he said that all forms of brotherhoods are sources of Polish propaganda, and there was an appearing problem of the clergymen after dissolutions of monasteries, so like clergymen without a job, without full-time employment, and Potapov wanted to solve this problem by sending them into exile. So he wanted to give them a certain remuneration and access to passport, and he wanted to send them away abroad, and he forbade for them to stay under the Austrian rule. He wanted them to move further away. So that is that. Perhaps I should refer to an interesting moment when Potapov was writing to Alexander I that in line with his intentions, Catholic Church is limited and repressed in the lands under Russian partition, and that he's continuing this line. There is a political monitoring and supervision of the Catholic clergymen. And he was writing about that to Alexander. Maybe I should confront that with an opinion of the person such as Piotr Bałujew, the Minister of Internal Affairs. In his memoir, Writing for Private Purposes, he took a note. It was in 1879. He wrote something like that. Well, it was a daring statement, I would say, but I'm not exactly sure whether this courage would be implemented in life by Bałujew. So let me quote, 18 years, I've met so many people throughout 18 years of my service. I was all alone throughout this time. Apart from foreigners, no one understood me, no one appreciated me. Either I'm not a Russian or representatives of Russia diminished the significance and wisdom of Russian thoughts. If it is impossible to be Russian without justice, hypocrisy, violence, taking over foreign traditions, taking over foreign churches, if it is impossible to be Russian without that, I don't want to be Russian. If Russia is what I see in governmental bulletin, if it is what I hear from other important people of my country, I do not see any future for Russia like that. Thank you very much for your attention.
Bardzo dziękujemy, panie profesorze, za
Professor, thank you so much for such precise presentation of that terrifying reality and for that sad final quote. So it seems that Muravyev was just starting to cure priests from their idleness, and the journey to Siberia was just a nice tourist attraction. Well, unfortunately, we do not have Mr. Hałaburda with us, but then we have Mr. Kożuchowski with us, and then we have Professor Pełczyński. Dear esteemed ladies and gentlemen, we associate Russia with Eastern Orthodox rites and religions, and that is rightly so. But in Russia, apart from that, there were very many religious minorities, often referred to as sects. Let me talk today about Baptists and Christians. These are evangelical Christians who attach a lot of importance to individual conversion confirmed with baptism.
rozwinęły się niejako samorodnie.
So these sects developed autonomously with a certain Western interference, but to a small extent. Earlier on, Russia was familiar with certain groups or certain phenomena which could be referred to as starting or original ideas. But there was this Quaker-like sect, and then another one. Duchoboards and Balkans, who then split into very many separate groups, and the so-called Water Balkans. They were very close to Baptists. Another concept is that Russia in the 19th century was keenly reading the Bible. There were some who became literate only to read the Bible. Then in Russia there were Protestants, Lutherans of foreign origin. So evangelical Christians and Baptists were affected by Mennonites. They emerged in the last decades of the 18th century. It was owing to the special order of the Catherine the Great that allowed them to transfer from the area of the sea inside Russia. Mennonites were given full religious freedom in Russia, but conditional to preventing from converting Eastern Orthodox believers. Mennonites were not a progressive religious group. They started to revive owing to the support of preachers from Germany.
I tak wśród tych Mennonitów powstała grupa tak zwanych braterskich Mennonitów, którzy
Mennonite brothers among these Mennonites. Reborn Mennonites. They didn't have the intention to convert Eastern Orthodox Church followers. Earlier on, there would be Ukrainian peasants and Asian peasants looking for seasonal work. Mennonite farms would be reached by free peasants who wandered around in search for work. And they were invited to spend the so-called Bibelstunde, or biblical hours. For many of them, that was the opportunity to change their religious attitudes. So when these peasants were going back to their villages, they took up to arranging such Bibelstunden in their villages, so very often they would be referred to as students. So actually, that was this great religious rebirth in 1970s among the aristocracy of St. Petersburg. And Elizaveta Czetkowa, a duchess, was at the head of that movement. She herself was promoting that conversion, well, that awakening in her social group, having converted herself. So she was invited, Lord Apostoli from England. He was preaching during evenings in her that she organized, and he succeeded in converting very many aristocrats. Well, these conversions were not standalone phenomena. These groups were looking for some arrangements. They were looking for opportunities to promote their views within their groups. So these phenomena could not go unnoticed for the state authorities. So it was in 1879 when the so-called Makowski Circular was published. Makowski was a secretary at court. So it looked very promising. It offered religious freedom of practicing one's religion with the approval of the governor, the right to act in religious capacities after declaring loyalty to the emperor. So one would seem to think that these communities that would be quite radical in their Lutheran approach, that they were tolerated in Russia. But this is a wrong view. So a few years later, the ministry issued some instructions to Makowski Circular in the sense that the religious freedom was offered, but not for those who were Eastern, but only for those who were Eastern Orthodox by birth. So limitations were clearly specified in there. Nevertheless, that movement was growing strong, and in 1884, a union or a convention was organized. Water Balkans and Mennonites and those who saw themselves and Baptists and Students, well, they all came together in St. Petersburg. They realized that they were close in spirit. Maybe that convention would lead to a formation of a church. But the police entered the convention and detained all participants of that convention. They ended up in Petropavlovsk fortress. They were kept there for 2 days, and then they were taken to the railway station and sent back home. Vasily Pashkov, he was one of the richest men in Russia. He was the organizer of that convention. And Modestkov, they paid for it. dearly because they were exiled from Russia. Still, that movement was reformed in a more uniform structure. A few days later, another convention was organized that led to the establishment of the Russian Union of Baptists. So a part of that movement was united in a church or in a rite. Then I will not be listing and quoting all the important circular letters that were published to prosecute those who declared themselves Baptists or evangelical Christians. But still, I must say that the state proved inconsistent in this respect. There were some periods where these oppressions laxed, and there were some periods when these oppressions were intensified. Baptists were given a bit of freedom in terms of their location. I mean, like those in Caucasus, they enjoyed a relatively large freedom. Then Taurits, Governorate, Siberia. But then in other parts of Russia, they could meet with oppression, exile to Siberia, and imprisonment. And so it went. In 1905, we all are aware of the circumstances. The Tsar issued that religious freedom order to all citizens. So all those that I'm talking about took advantage of that order, and in 1905, Russian Union of Baptists was formally and lawfully formed. And then 1 year later, a Union of Evangelical Christians was formed. So these were two groups, so two concepts. So there were more Baptists than Evangelical Christians. And they operated mostly in the south. But then evangelical Christians, they were stronger in St. Petersburg and in the northern part of Russia. And obviously there were fewer in number. Baptists, I think they were stricter,
pryncypialni w swoich jakby wierzeniach i działaniach, natomiast ewangeliczni chrześcijanie mające same jakby poglądy religijne charakteryzowali się
attached to the principles of the faith in their religious beliefs and general views. It is very difficult to find any statistics because they usually count only those who received baptism. But there are some data of 1916. So apparently there was 114,000 Baptists in Russia and as little as 30,000 evangelical Christians in Russia. And Baptists, they were more varied in terms of their nationalities, Russians and Ukrainians, but then there would be representatives of other nations, Germans, Armenians, as well as converts who converted from Islam and other nationals. Evangelical Christians, in turn, they were mostly Russians, and after 1905, they worked consistently. They promised they wanted to unite, but they never did. So for 5 years that continued, and in 1910 they started to meet with oppressions based on some circular letters that attempted at limiting, curbing their development. So 1910 saw a ban on organizing any meetings that could cause conversion of Eastern Orthodox. So any union, any reunion, any meeting of any Baptist or evangelical Christians could be considered as such and classified to such type of meeting. So actually, they were not presented favorably in the press. It was claimed that they served as representatives of German policy and German spy, and they were German spies. They were trying to prove themselves good patriots, collecting funds to support army on the front, etc. They offered their houses as military hospitals. Approximately 100 representatives of these groups were not willing to serve in the army to carry a rifle, to carry arms. After the 1917 revolution, that group was larger, and effectively Soviet Russia issued a permit to them so they could serve in a non-military capacity in the army. These groups flourished in 1920s with their members totaling about 1 million people, and then they exerted influence on other social groups, but yet this is yet another chapter of their history. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor, for giving us this interesting information about minority denominations. Now we are going back to the lands near Vistula, and now Mateo Piccin is going to deliver the next presentation. Yes, I hope you can hear me. That's the only image I'm going to present, but there will be words attached to the image. I'd like to say thank you to Professor Andrzej Nowak and other organizers for inviting me to this conference. And I am very glad that some topics I'm going to discuss were introduced already by previous speakers, both today and yesterday. And I do hope that my presentation will supplement some information on these topics. So in today's paper, I would like to present some aspects of Russian imperial and national ideology that appeared in the construction of monuments of sacred architecture, and in the context of celebrations organized while constructing these monuments. So I'm not going to I'm going to focus on Orthodox holidays especially. It is well known that especially after the suppression of the January uprising and introduction of the policy of gradual Russification and unification of the Polish kingdom with the empire, dozens of Orthodox religious buildings were built in this area. So I should mention at least three. St. Mary Magdalene's Orthodox Church in Praga district in Warsaw in 1869, consecration date. Unate Cathedral on Chełmska Mount, rebuilt as an Orthodox cathedral in 1874-78, and there was also neo-Russian or pseudo-Russian architectural style given to the Staszi's Palace in the years 1893-95, which housed Saint Tatiana's Orthodox Church. These monuments were located in the two most important cities of the kingdom because they were very important symbolically. They were Warsaw because it was the main city of the Vistula country. The main city is the quotation from Russian sources, and in Chełm, which in 1912 became the capital city of the new Chełm Governorate. Chełm was a symbolic link of the so-called Chełm Rusinia that the Russians discovered after the January uprising, when these lands began to be treated as part of the medieval heritage of Kiev Rusinia. So it meant that it was supposedly part of Romanov Russia. As early as the mid-1860s, there was an idea to separate the homelands from the rest of the kingdom. After 1905, it actually happened, mostly thanks to Bishop Ideologies of Chełm, and he was supported by some other nationalistic Russian activists. So Chełm land was separated, and this motion went through the parliament. The attitude of state power towards a national narrative, which was against the loyalty towards the emperor, because it was based on the commonwealth of culture and the language. So this attitude was rather ambiguous. There was a certain synthesis between imperial and national narratives, and it was the end of a long process. Its origins went back to the 1850s. So it was connected with well-known events like Russia's defeat in the Crimean War, then there was January uprising, and there was also assassination attempt on Alexander II. As for the Kingdom of Poland, in this period after the assassination attempt on Alexander II and at the beginning of the Slavophile Alexander III, in the Kingdom of Poland, rules of Field Marshal Józef Hurka began. So, from the Russian nationalist perspective, Warsaw never belonged to eternally Russian, unquote, lands. There were no unites that could be brought back to the Orthodox Church. Of course, I'm presenting now the Russian perspective. So, both the government in Petersburg and Tsarist officials operating in Poland, this policy based on supranational and supra-ethnic principles. And since 1880s, still there was some unification and Russification policy conducted, bringing together two narratives like of three: Imperial, nationalist and Orthodox Church narrative. In Vilnius region, this Orthodox Church set the direction to the nationalist perspective, and there was Bishop Ideologies, and in Warsaw this church discourse was subordinated to nationalistic and state narrative. So it was like it was supposed to defend the Russian minority in these circumstances. finances, and there was an attempt to build a new Orthodox church, especially the peripheries of the empire. In the second half of the 19th century, Alexander Nevsky became a symbol which was anti-Catholic, anti-German, and anti-Western. That is why at these peripheries there was an idea to build many churches named after this particular patron saint. So one in Warsaw, then in the Łazienki Park. Apart from Warsaw, there was also another one built in Łódź, central Poland, and Rewlin, Tallinn, 1895. An idea of building the new church was General Hurko. So in the journals of 1893, there was publication of an appeal connected with cash collection to erect a new cathedral. The governor emphasized that this initiative was caused by a sad, hopeless situation, unquote, of Orthodox Russians in Warsaw, which did not have the sufficient number of temples and churches. Existing churches were actually insufficient in their opinion, because they couldn't house a sufficient number of people, because they could house up to 7,000 people, whereas there were 43,000 Orthodox Christians in Warsaw, quote, consisting mostly of civil and military officials with their families. The governor's words confirmed in this way the fact that the Russian and Orthodox presence in Warsaw could not be justified by the presence of indigenous Russian population or Ruthenian population. And this presence de facto was an occupation dictated by imperial political considerations. Hurko said that he does not approve of the appearance of Warsaw Orthodox Church because the cathedral on Długa Street was the result of reconstruction of the previous Catholic monastery and was rather invisible, hidden among residential buildings. Other Warsaw Orthodox churches were mostly domestic chapels, cramped, dark, poorly furnished, next to which you could see huge old and new Catholic and Protestant churches. The only exception was the Orthodox Church in Praga district. So the Orthodox Russian was a victim of the situation. Quote, how hard it must be for them in this far-flung periphery, being shamefully humiliated by the majority population, unquote. It is quotation from Hurko. And there was some disputable spelling as for Russian state, because there was a debate around spelling of Russian, the word Russian, one S or double S at that time. So there was like humiliating the prevailing Orthodox religion in the Russian state, and they are humiliated by other religions. So the governor was addressing Orthodox Russia with the hope that the homeland would help to build a new cathedral, quote, worthy of the greatness and power of the Russian nation. So he called upon the whole nation to unite, from the Orthodox clergy to the noble courtiers, from the stately merchantry to educated people and simple folk. In line with Herder, the nation was treated as an entity, as an organic unit. What needs to be emphasized is Hurka's request that all donated liturgical items should be sent in his name. Financial donations could also be collected by offices of governorate and district towns. So the governor was behaving just like a ruler, combining in his hands secular and ecclesiastical powers from the era before Peter. The winning design of the new cathedral was approved in January 1894. 5 designs were submitted, and the Tsar chose the concept by Leonius Benoit. depicting the temple in the strict Russian Byzantine style of the 12th century. In August the same year, the foundation stone was laid. The chronicler recalled that on that very same day, it was the day of Saint Alexander Nevsky, the heavenly patron saint of the Russian Tsars, and this name was borne by the ruling monarch of that time, the third of that name. At the time of the future saint's life, Russia had to face a Tatar enemy threatening Europe, so Russia was then the bulwark of Christianity, and it acted to save Europe. At the same time, Russians wanted to save their native customs and Orthodox faith from attacks of German warriors and efforts of Roman Curia. And in the 19th century, Russia should defend itself again. The main city of the Vistula country, as the chronicler wrote, Warsaw, was surrounded by a fortress, and it was built thanks to a strong spirit of the Russian man. I think he's referring to the citadel in Warsaw. Now in Warsaw, a new spiritual Russian fortress is being built. He continued writing, and unquote. After the eastern border of the empire had been secured, Russia was perceived as a bulwark of itself against hostile Western Europe. What was memorable was the date on the previous day, the 29th of August, because it was the day commemorating the beheading of St. John the Baptist. It was the holiday of the Orthodox Church since 1769. It was the time of the rule of Catherine II. It was the time of wars against the Turks, and they represented the East, and the Poles, who represented the West. Quote, in this year, the Panikida for those who sacrificed their lives for the faith and the homeland was celebrated with special celebration and solemnity by our archpriest. Then the Orthodox inhabitants of Warsaw remembered in their prayers, especially those who gave their lives for the sake of our homeland in the Vistula country. Unquote. Towards the end of the service, celebrated on the 30th of August, to mark the start of construction of the cathedral, editor of the Orthodox Review of the Helm Warsaw Eparchy, Apolinary Kowalnicki, delivered a speech. Who was Kowalnicki? From 1889, he was a parish priest of St. Mary Magdalene Orthodox Church in the Praga district. Then he became editor-in-chief of the Orthodox Review, and in 1905 it changed the name to the Bulletin of the Warsaw Eparchy. I should say that he was born in Zhytomyr. He was the son of an Orthodox priest. He completed theological academy at Kiev in 1867, in the years where many academy graduates moved from Kiev to the Kingdom of Poland, especially to the Helm diocese. Kowalnicki arrived in Poland in 1874, and he became the parish priest in Łomża. Then, in 1886, he was transferred to Warsaw, and he became a teacher of religious classes in middle school. So his biography is similar to biography of many representatives of Orthodox Church acting back then in the Kingdom of Poland, and they were born in the borderlands. On the basis of the sources, we can see that they were united by a sense of threat to their religious and national identity from Poles. Especially it was strengthened after abolition of the Union in 1839. Kowalnicki's speech contains the entire repertoire of Russian Orthodox nation-building rhetoric, so I should analyze it in depth. He started talking about uniqueness of each nation in their relationship to God. Then in his speech, he included imperial, so pro-state discourse, then national and ecclesiastical discourse. They were intertwined. Unity in faith, as he said, meant tribal unity and state unity. And it was a natural aspiration of all the people belonging to this tribe. Another part of narrative was Russian people being martyrs and victims. Quote, unfortunately, in Warsaw there was time 100 years ago when in our city building Russian Orthodox churches was forbidden. A person could pray in their home or in the open. Unquote. Such a situation of limitations led to the situation, quote, that suffering of thousands of Russians in this country forever united the Vistula country with Orthodox Russia. So he followed the works of Hurka and he praised the solidarity of multinational empire. Donations were sent from the entire territory of Russia for construction of the cathedral, from capital cities and poor countryside huts, from strongholds of Caucasus, foothills of the Ararat, from the country of Zakaspia, depths of Turkestan, and from Central Asia, from the peaks of Pamir, from Great Siberia and borderland with China, Korea, and from the shores of Pacific and Northern Oceans. So he asked a rhetorical question: do these donations unite our Vistula with the Volga invisibly, with Don, Ural, and other Russian rivers, near or far? And my question is that perhaps it is an echo of Pushkin's words that Polish rivers will enter Russia's seas. And he said that this moral thread connecting Warsaw with Russia will be very strong and it will be a very powerful spiritual link. And in these latter quotations of Kowalnicki, we can hear admiration for the greatness of the empire through mapping geopoetics of the empire. And Professor Andrzej Nowak wrote so much aptly about it. The rhetoric of spiritual proximity and presumed organic community of thought and brings together all elements of empire. The solidarity that he described built up a kind of script of love, quote, fraternal bow of gratitude to you, the donors from towns and villages, from the east, west, north and south of our vast homeland, who have turned your attention to us, inhabitants of this land in Russia. We feel how you embrace us with your soul, each according to his strength and capabilities. On our side, we embrace you back very firmly. We pray for you. We pray to God that our unity, the unity of our land with the entire territory of Russia may become stronger. And there were other scenarios that Kowalnicki quoted at times. Yes, I know I have to wrap it up. So it included the Russians of all times, quote, in the faith of our fathers and ancestors, we will remain within a covenant. So it brings together our children and many future generations. So it is a rhetoric formula repeated many times in the sources of the era. And national dimension was transformed eventually into a pan-Slavic dimension, which also had a meta-historical dimension. I think it is very interesting that Kowalnicki was writing that this temple is frequently visited by Slavic people from other countries, our closest Slavic brothers, Poles, perhaps. Kowalnicki thought that these visits were also due to the memory passed on from generation to generation of the ancient times, when they, Poles, were also joined to the Orthodox Church by apostles of Slavs. We notice how reverent they are for this church, and it is the fruit from the seeds brought in these lands by Saint Cyril Methodius. He was not the first the first one to write things along these sentiments. There were other thinkers writing collections of essays, writers, professors like Anton Budilowicz wrote similar things. On St. Methodius' Jubilee in 1885, there was a ceremony of opening this temple or this cathedral. It took place in 1912, and on the same year, on the 26th of April, the Duma voted a draft to create a Helm Governorate. So later that month, there was consecration ceremony of the Sobor of Warsaw. And in the chronicle, which was published in the Warsaw Bulletin of the Warsaw Eparchy, there was a lot of emphasis on the presence of Kiev dignitary, the former Archbishop of Warsaw, Flavian, but also the Kremlin. The Kremlin was mentioned in the chronicles, so we could see a certain spiritual and ideological line bringing together Kiev, Rosynia, and Moscow, not Petersburg, so pre-Peter capital cities, links to Warsaw of these times. So building the Alexander Nevsky Cathedral in Warsaw, whose undoubted architectural and artistic qualities I have decided to overlook in my presentation. By this construction, sealed the synthesis between Imperial National Church discourses. Recognition of Russianness of the Vistula land did not stop the Russian authorities from imposing their symbols in a culturally and religiously alien landscape. The defensive attitude of representatives of the Tsar and Orthodox authorities was combined towards the end of the empire with utopian perspective of Slavophile origin of restoring Poland to Eastern Christianity. It was to be done in accordance with the heritage of Cyril and Methodius, with the belief that the only heir was Tsarist Russia. Thank you for your attention.
Dziękujemy, panie doktorze, za ten powiew romantyzmu imperialnego.
Right, so that was about the imperial romanticism, and now we have this final presentation from Łukasz Korzuchowski. He met with some interesting sources. He will be now willing to discuss them. I would like to thank you all professors for giving me the opportunity of speaking at that conference. So I have a group of some interesting sources.
Dlaczego, jak i w jakiej liczbie
So it's about the population of the Polish kingdom after the order on tolerance of 1905. Why that population would make denunciating reports on the Polish priests to the Russian authorities. So let me start with giving you the background of the process. That was the final moment of the Russian reign in the Polish kingdom. In 1905, the Tsar issued that deed or order on tolerance. Many researchers of the history of church in the Kingdom of Poland, like Krzysztof Kowalski, on the one hand, that laxation of the policy was moderate and not kept up and followed up in the subsequent period. So again, there was this offensive of Eastern Orthodox religion, limiting the rights of the Catholic Church. And the last decade So intensified anti-Catholic trends. So there was this separate religious community
dużo takiej antyklerykalnej retoryki, krytykując postawy duchowieństwa katolickiego.
Of Mariahites
jak wskazują badania,
or Marianists, and according to some research, these accusations about violence cannot be confirmed. Later on, Zaranie weekly was published. It was addressed at peasants, and it was different from any other newspapers and weeklies published and addressed to peasants, because it heavily criticized the Catholic clergy. So that provided some argument during the so-called Damazy-Macok affair of 1910-1912. One of the monks murdered his biological brother at the monastery of Częstochowa.
Co chciałbym podkreślić też, już wcześniej prawodawstwo rosyjskie, polityka rosyjska ingerowała
and actually Russian policy interfered with the operation of the Catholic Church at many different levels.
O którym będę też później mówił, były dozory kościelne.
So for example, that would be these church surveillances. So instead of the parish priest, that surveillance or that enforced administration would be managing assets or property of the parish. So the state surveyed or supervised the assets, and the state was interfering with the appointment of the right people to the surveillance and administrative functions. Well, the economic situation and educational condition of peasants improved at the same time. So, as for my search in the archives, I collected 34 denunciating reports against Polish priests. So here I specify the governorates that I did my searches with. I found the highest number of such reports in Lublin Governorate. I'm hardly surprised, because the archives there have been preserved in full. Then actually these anti-Catholic movements, they were quite strong in Lublin Governorate. I continued my search in the chancellery of the general governor and his police deputy. So I found one denouncing report against a priest in the governorate of Kalisz. So, what were the reasons for writing these denunciating reports? So, there are some complaints of the surveillance authorities against limiting their competences, and these are also claims or complaints of financial and construction nature. There would be also some personal conflicts. So, for example, they complain about being criticized by priests who would criticize them when preaching. They criticize priests for their servicing and inappropriate or faulty or flawed services. Then we have another very interesting case of a denunciation. So it was going against good
wedle skarżących i też
the rules of proper behavior. Well, here apparently priest repositioned a painting, and there is also the certain structure of complaining against priests. So
w przypadku skarg,
in
które
case
pisały dozory, wówczas władze gubernialne były pierwszą instancją, natomiast
in case of complaints from surveillances, these reports were addressed at lower levels, but the higher levels, these would be like governorate authorities. Sometimes these complaints or letter of denunciation would first go to bishops, and finally the governorate was the instance of last resort. When looking for denunciating reports, I found one complaint against the priest. Here, Antonovich from Sejm, Reverend Antonovich, he was complaining about immoral conduct of priests. He complained that he could not use the police to take the priests where they should or where he should. Now, what was the procedure for processing and examining the denunciating reports? Governors would hand over these reports to the local authorities, like the head of the militia of a county. So the population locally would be heard. Very often the governor was involved, and in some instances that such complaints would be elevated to Warsaw. Witnesses were heard, and there were some explanations of these accusations. Sometimes such denunciating reports would be written by people who were in conflict with a given priest, or made by people who were fully incredible. There were some cases of bureaucracy with repeated investigations in exactly the same cases. As for penalties, if any, I'll talk about it on that matter. The Russian authorities would apply such penalties, or perhaps fines, and files of the case would be forwarded to the bishop's office, and the bishop would decide about the consequences of such complaints. Were these complaints effective? In most cases, they were not effective because investigations would not confirm challenges or allegations. There were very rare penalties from Russian authorities. If there were any, these cases were delegated to bishops. Concluding, it is very clear in the complaint against priests that the surveillance, the administrative forces, represented the main cause of conflict. So there was a certain campaign to make local communities aware of the rights. We could see a certain growing feeling of independence from the clergymen. And then we have this attitude of the Russian authorities to the church authorities. So it is about being
między duchownymi
being
a lokalną ludnością. Natomiast przez to, że są przepracowane z jednej
subordinated to
strony, a z
bishop,
drugiej strony, że
but
traktują biskupów jako
well,
swoich
on the
podwładnych,
other
to w pewnym sensie
hand,
delegują
the
na nich
authorities treated
wykonanie
bishops as
pewnych
their
zarządzeń,
subordinates.
czyli mówiąc
So
takim językiem
the
korporacyjnym,
authorities
dzisiaj po prostu
would
outsourcing decyzji.
outsource decisions
Władze
by
chcą
forcing
wiedzieć, co
bishops
robić,
to
przeprowadzają postępowania,
make
natomiast
decisions
już
and apply
dalszą pracę zlecają
penalties.
biskupom jako rozumiejąc
So,
tak, ich
having
swoich
examined the case, the
podwładnych. Co jest moim
authorities
zdaniem bardzo
would
ciekawe,
use bishops
jest to, że
as their
te donosy,
subordinates.
które co prawda nie są zbyt liczne,
Actually,
natomiast
these
pokazują to,
denunciating reports were not
ideologia
that
państwa
numerous,
rosyjskiego,
but they
w którym
clearly
to
show
państwo jest
that
zwierzchnikiem
ideology
Kościoła,
of
w
the
którym Kościół
Russian
jest podporządkowany
state,
państwu,
with the state
jest
having the
ewidentnie
supremacy of
pokazujące
a
nie tylko jakąś
church.
teorią
Well,
funkcjonującą na szczytach
in such
władzy,
cases, these
w pismach
denunciating
teoretycznych, ale
reports
ewidentnie ta
are
teoria
not
zaczyna,
the theory,
kolokwialnie
where
mówiąc, czy też parafrazując
apparently
terminów ekonomicznych,
the
skapywać
theory
na
is
niższe warstwy społeczeństwa.
dripping
Specyficznie
down, is
cezaropatizm państwa
escalated
rosyjskiego
to
ewidentnie
the
znajduje
lower
odbicie w tym, jak
layers
myślą,
of the
jak
Russian
myśli lokalna ludność,
community.
no bo rzeczywiście widać, że
So,
skoro ludność pisze donos, to uważa,
these
że
denunciating
nad
reports, they
księdzem i nad
reflect
biskupem
the
są
way
jeszcze
of
władze
thinking of the
rosyjskie.
local
Skoro traktują
community.
gubernatora
So
jako
very
instancję
clearly
apelacyjną,
they
to znaczy, że
understood that there
uważają, że
were
faktycznie biskup i
some
księża są
authorities
podporządkowani gubernatorze.
above the
Natomiast właśnie z drugiej strony
priests and above churches. But actually there were very few complaints in the Lublin governorate over 10 or 11 years, considering these anti-clerical moods and considering the fact that we have excellently preserved archives and so on. In my opinion, that number is not high. 11 complaints is not a lot. Well, that suggests that the relationships with priests were good, and maybe the criticism against the clergy resulted from the change of discourse. Well, perhaps such magazines or weeklies as Zaranie spoke a lot about the conflicts between the local population and the priests, but the scarce number of such denunciating reports suggests that there were fewer complaints than suspected, and perhaps that ideology of supremacy of layman's rule was not that effective, so perhaps it was relatively not popular to resort to the Russian authorities for final resolution of a conflict. Thank you so much.
Yes, so many thanks for this paper. I can see that we can look forward to a PhD thesis, so good luck with finishing your PhD thesis. I can see it will be highly interesting. And now some housekeeping rules. So some bit of information. Unfortunately, I have to behave like a policeman now. I have to be very strict. And it is connected with lunch arrangements. So my suggestion is that all the questions, I know these were highly interesting papers, many interesting topics, but we can have a discussion in the hall or on the way to the hotel where the lunch will be organized. It is your hotel where some of you stay. So we have to walk to the Hotel Leonardo in Gertrudy 12. I will take you there. You can leave your belongings here. It will be locked. The key will be at the janitors downstairs if it is necessary for our sound engineers. Anyway, it will be locked. You may leave your belongings here. So let's walk there. It's time to walk for lunch. Thank you very much. I do apologize for that.
Witam Państwa na ostatnim panelu.
Welcome after the break. It's the last panel of our magnificent conference, and let me dispel all the doubts because there was some gossip. Because people were saying that last panel might be the least interesting. No, the opposite is true, and absolutely I'm going to prove my point and give the mic to the first speaker. It will be Professor Joachim Dietz, Jagiellonian University. He will be talking about the Izborg Club and the power status as a categorical imperative of the ideology of the Izborg Club. Ladies and gentlemen, I do hope there will be someone who will start my presentation. I can see it is over here, and it would be so glad to have it on the other one as well. Maybe some support from our IT people? Yes, everything is fine, sorry, no problem. Ladies and gentlemen, many thanks especially to Professor Nowak and all the other organizers for inviting me to this great conference, and I'd like to present a certain reflection on the phenomenon of the Izborg Club. So let me say at first that this phenomenon should not be treated as something unique, as something special. The Izborg Club is, in my opinion, just a manifestation, one of many, of a more general tendency which is observable in Russia, in the ideological domain in Russia, and it has been like that for more than 25 years. We can always start counting, maybe it is a bit longer, maybe not, but it is the phenomenon which started some time ago. And if you take a broader perspective on that, the perspective of the history of Russia in general, the power status as a categorical imperative for the Russian state, for the idea of the Russian state, is something very important. It has been like that for a long time. So what should be said about the Izborg Club? How can we explain its foundation, its establishment? Maybe I shouldn't call it an organization, maybe I should use the name club, because that's the most pertinent. The Izborg Club, when we are thinking about its origins, officially it was set up in Izborsk. It is a very important place on a historical map of Russia. Initially, it was called the Izborg Club of Experts. It was established in September 2012, so it has been in place for like 12 years. Izborsk was selected as a very old city, one of the three which were established or had been established by Rurikovich, who arrived in these lands to Novgorod, and they took over Wielki Novgorod, Izborsk and Białe Jezioro, Białozersk, but officially White Lake in rough translation. Initiators of establishing the club are people who are quite well known. They appear on various screens of various mass media, politicians, thinkers, economists, military people. We can't forget about that. So all of them they call themselves of patriotic leaning. Obviously, in this context, it means that, well, there are many fathers who claim they coined this phrase, like patriotic leaning. There are also many people who criticize that notion. So quite controversial phrase, obviously, but who was the initiator, the main initiator who became a symbolic figure in this club? Mostly it is Alexander Prokhanov, who was the first chairman, and he continues to be the chairman of the club till today. Vitaly Agiryanov and Alexander Nagorny became executive secretaries, and the special executive secretaries for regional affairs and international affairs was Oleg Rozanov, who died in the meantime, but he was one of the creators of the club. And now, if we think about the most important goals of the club, or what are the tasks postulated by the club under the circumstances of 2012, it was like that. Well, basically, these are the same goals till today. As we can see, it is about creating and presenting to Russian authorities and Russian society a certain analysis, because it is a kind of a think tank. And the goal of the think tank is to actively shape the current state policy, shaping in the spirit of patriotism, obviously, in all domains of the national life. So, in a nutshell, it is the way of thinking that we know very well, not only from Russia. Namely, it is the way of thinking focused on the interests of the Russian state, neglecting interests of other entities. It is very typical of any kind of regimes of totalitarian or authoritarian nature, and especially nationalist nature. These names may not be fully adequate here, but it is quite a fashionable way, like defending our own interests, interests of our own nation, state, rejecting the influence, which is a foreign influence, and so on and so forth. Then the next declared goal, traveling to regions of Russia. So they emphasize this constant touch with intellectual elite of the country, without focusing on experts in metropolis, creating offices in all federal districts. It shows another feature of ideologies of the regime. Experts in the metropolis are too gentle, are too mild, they are of liberal leaning, they are too open to foreign influence. So where is the healthy core of the nation among simple folks in provinces, in peripheries, God forbid, among the intellectual elites? And obviously there were different names, there was name-calling to intellectual elites. We know that Solzhenitsyn called them obrażawańszczyna. It can be translated like the educated ones, but it is like pejorative in a way. Yes, there is a Polish word, wykształciuchy, which means exactly the same. So it is this opinion-forming intellectual elite living in the metropolis, which should be like rejected, neglected, omitted, and it is much better to reach out to the healthy, simple folk, which is much more conservative and like strict and rigid in their way of thinking. This think tank is provide analyses, but also actively influence the policy of the state. And they want to use the media, especially new media, electronic media, in such a way as to convince the Russian society that the liberal way taken so far was wrong. And because the liberal way has failed, as they claim, now it's time for us. It's our time. at last. It is not them controlling main electronic media, it is us. It is time for us to control the mass media. Again, very typical approach that we know from other countries as well. This belief that there is some elite, which is the liberal elite, which is considered to be an agenda of some foreign influences, should be removed from power. And now it's time for us to take over, for us to become the monopoly and to have all the media in our hands, because we should decide about the way of thinking chosen by our society. And then promoting the creation of a powerful political and ideological coalition of leaders of opinion, patriotic statesmen, a certain imperial front, to put it like that, which would resist manipulations in the state ideology. It will also undermine the fifth column, as it is called, inside the country. So there will be criticism against external agents bombarding our state with ideas, trying to convince us to open up, to become more cosmopolitan. You can use different phrases. And we should also fight against the internal fifth column, so it is this power, just like external factors, they are trying to undermine us from the inside. At the moment, there are 61 permanent members of the club. I'm not counting the deceased members, so at the moment, that's the official membership. Among them, number one is Alexander Prokhanov. Well, he is a well-known Russian writer, author of many books, who brings together two qualities that rarely go hand in hand. He is in the avant-garde, in a way, in deconstructing style. And the other feature is highly aggressive nationalistic content of his books. In the 1990s, we have to admit that he was first of all a literary. He was just a critic, and he was very critical about changes in Russia. Then he focused mostly on writing ideological works and writing how he would imagine a new empire. He created an idea of the fifth empire. We are going to go back to that at length in a moment. The fifth empire would to be the latest incarnation of the Muscovite civilization. It is a civilization to which he attributes the world's mission or global mission. The fifth empire, no one will be surprised, is supposed to take place according to the idea promoted by Fyodor Tutchev and romantic thinkers, but there were more proponents. It is a broader issue. It is translatio imperii, passing on empires from one state, one place, one nation to another. And the false previous versions of the empire was Kiev, Novgorod, Rusinia, created in his opinion by Vladimir the Great. Well, it is not entirely true. It is hardly possible to consider it an empire. Rusinia, it would be too much to say that the state was an empire. That's not entirely true. Maybe it had imperial features under some rulers, but actually then it was more Kiev than Novgorod. And the problem is that Kiev, Rusinia, was a European state. So maybe it was an empire under Yaroslav the Wise. Then there was imperial fragmentation. It was not established by Vladimir the Great. It was established by Eli Rurikids, Sineus, Truvor, then Oleg, and then Igor. And then there were times of conquests by Sviatoslav Igorievich. And another incarnation was Tsardom, Muscovite Tsardom. So Ivan, well, he was the first to consider himself a Tsar, but basically it is the only truth, because there were also other rulers that played a very important role, and then the Russian Empire. So here he was talking about Ivan Terrible, and then the Russian Empire, Peter the Great, and then the Soviet Union, Stalin's work. Actually, it is not true, because it was established in 1922 at the reunion of councils in the presence of the initiative of Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. So it was not Stalin. So many misinformation here. And other important people in the club are Alexander Dugin. I think he's very well known. Alexander Dugin is the creator of Neo-Euro-Asian geopolitical movement of thought. And just very briefly, because we don't have any time to talk in more detail about him, Dugin wrote many books, and he is a very prolific writer, and these are really different books. Some of them are more coherent, intellectually speaking, some of them not really. Unfortunately, every bit of some books is about something else, and there is no unity of the narrative. It is greatly disturbed. But there is one thing I need to say for certain. Dugin is anti-Western thinker to the extreme. When he borrows from Mackinder the idea of a continent and states of the sea, that in geopolitical approach they are somewhere close to the extreme poles, then he considers this continent something positive, conservative. And the sea, the power of the sea, is watering down all the obligations, all the values and religions. So after the end of the Cold War, in his opinion, the balance in the world was disrupted between the power of the sea, represented mostly by the United States and other Atlantic countries, and powers of the continent, mostly Russia, and the Russia that would represent conservative values. And then he's very consistent. After this first work, which is the best known at the same time, it was the foundations of geopolitics. Then his anti-Western narrative will be developed further. And it is also fundamental that he wants to create a non-liberal, conservative new empire. And in recent years, he's been a very active person, speaking about the liquidation of the Ukrainian state and strengthening the Russian world. Another important person in the club and author of many well-known books is Mikhail Yelagin. Officially, he's an economist and analyst, but actually we can consider him a radical populist, a critic of the liberal order. And in his books, he writes about the necessity for Russia to be involved in the new big game. It should be emphasized. Well, he's not the only one, because there are more authors like him, but especially him. He emphasizes the success of the Chinese way of development. The Chinese one, meaning the continental China. And another important person is Natalia Narochnitzkaya, proponent of the idea of the Russian world, especially with many merits for the Committee of Prevention of Attempts to Fake History to the detriment of Russian interests. Because if it is falsifying history to the benefit of Russian interests, if you do that like that, that's fine. And another important person in this club is General Leonid Ivashov, quite a special person because definitely he's a Russian patriot, head of Pan-Russian Association of Officers, and he wrote several books, highly interesting books, well-ordered, I would put it like that, about geopolitics. And we can say that he's quite surprising. On the one hand, he's part of the club. On the other hand, he criticizes the regime. He became famous when he delivered a statement as the head. Well, it was supported by other officers as well, but even before the invasion against Ukraine, he warns against this step, saying that this step will be detrimental to Russia. It won't be Ukraine, it won't be NATO, which are real enemies of Russia. It is incompetent authorities of Russia acting to the detriment of Russia in the longer run. The next person is Valery Korovin, with many merits as an ideologist, claiming that the Ukrainian state is an American project aimed against Russia. And he's also the author of an idea of network-centric warfare, hybrid war. So the current empire, according to this doctrine, fight as big powers, which are network powers. The next person is Maxim Kalashnikov, who his real name is Vladimir Kucherenko, who had an idea of absolutely necessary unification of Russians, Ukrainian people, Belarusians, and members of Abkhazia and some other countries, and he wanted them to create a new Russian empire. The next name is Vitaly Averyanov, who is the author of the idea of a Russian ark that would be floating on the waters of disintegrated globe. Russia should understand that it is different than the remaining parts of the world. It should not become part of the liberal development of the current world. That is why Russia should deal with resistance of multinational corporations and establish economy based on its own rules. So let me sum it up. What are features of the ideology of Izborsk Club? Hostility against West, especially the United States, Europe, especially Germany. Give them a certain hope, some continental power that you can come to terms with, but you cannot come to terms with a liberal power of the United States. Then there is support for the idea of unification of Russian Mir, even though this idea of Russian Mir is not fully specified or defined. It is a very syncretic ideology because it brings together, on the one hand, admiration for East Orthodox tradition, also for traditional Islam, for traditions of the Great Duchy, of Muscovite Duchy, but also for communist heritage, Stalin heritage, for the military power of the state. So let me rephrase it. It's the empire which is the most important goal, regardless of what leanings will be presented by the empire. One of the symbols of the Izborsk Club is this particular icon, the icon of victory, the religion of victory, which presents Mother of God, Stalin, and many Russian officers who were the winners in the Second World War. This icon was considered quite controversial among believers of the Orthodox Church. And the last question, if the empire, what kind of empire should be? First of all, why an empire? Because Russia cannot live without ideas. Russians cannot live without ideas. Then they would be just half asleep. They will not act if they are supposed to act for money only. That is one reason for which the empire, Euro-Asian empire, is a sine qua non idea, and it is the precondition for Russia's existence. What kind of empire should it be? Non-liberal, that's number one. Then spacious, present in many Russian territories. Well, even though the vast size of the empire is not profitable in many ways, still you cannot leave these territories. If you are not ready to die for your homeland, you are not worthy living in it. It should be military empire, conservative, traditional empire, taking into account various elements of the Russian tradition. It should be also loyal, socialist, emphasizing the significance of community, unlike in the case of Western liberalism. I guess that's the end from me for now. Thank you very much for your attention.
Well, I'm also very grateful to you, Professor, for this excellent contribution that goes so very well with the theses presented by Mr. Maciej Pieczyński. So that shows that our conference is coherent in the presentation of themes. There is no interpretation from Russian.
Пан профессор возглавляет научное общество, которое занимается наследием монастической жизни на Украине, а его доклад будет посвящен псевдорелигиозным аспектам в идеологии русского мира. Пожалуйста, Сергей Викторович.
Dziękuję bardzo. Przepraszam, że nie говорю польскую мовою. Чтобы было всем понятно, я доклад зачитаю на русском языке. Мой доклад будет продолжением предыдущего доклада пана профессора. Очень, на самом деле, актуальная тема. Это идеология, которая на протяжении последних, оказывается, 30 лет активно развивалась в России, и она послужила основой, которая закладывалась в обоснование и оправдание агрессивной политики Российской Федерации и начавшейся в 2014 году войны. И, как оказывается, идеи этой войны обосновывались не в 21 и не в 14 году, а намного раньше, о чем мы сейчас попробуем поговорить. В основе оправдания претензий современного путинского режима на территории соседних независимых государств, а соответственно и в обосновании агрессивной войны Российской Федерации против Украины, лежит квазирелигиозная неофашистская имперская далеко за границы русского этноса, или в России, или за ее пределами. Конец цитаты. В другой своей речи он отметил, что, цитата, «Русский мир – это Российская империя, Советский Союз, это современная Россия, которая возвращает, укрепляет и умножает свой суверенитет как мировая держава. Русский мир объединяет всех, кто чувствует духовную связь с нашей Родиной, кто считает себя носителем русского языка, истории, культуры, независимо даже от национальной или религиозной принадлежности». Конец цитаты. В концепции русского мира Россия рассматривается как особая цивилизация, которая призвана противостоять всему остальному миру, прежде всего западному, и расширять свое пространство и влияние на территории, ранее находившиеся под контролем Российской империи и СССР. Фактически это претензии на восстановление Российской Федерации как империи в ее прежних так называемых исторических границах, что идеологами русского мира никогда не скрывалось. Анализ этой идеологии, ее формирование и развитие свидетельствует, что Путин и его окружение, придя к власти в 2000 году, имели изначально нескрываемые экспансионистские амбиции и стремление к имперскому реваншу. И что начало военных действий и захват территорий соседних государств, в разное время входивших в состав Российской империи и СССР, для путинского режима были лишь вопросом времени. В данном случае речь далеко не только о претензиях России на Украину. Если бы российским войскам удалось захватить ее территорию, они не остановились бы на достигнутом и продвигались бы дальше, пока не вернули бы под свой контроль все так называемые исторические территории бывшей Российской империи, прежде всего в Восточной Европе, претензии на которую обосновываются как раз в доктрине русского мира. Формирование этой квазирелигиозной доктрины, которую по замыслу должна стать официальной государственной и религиозной идеологией путинской России, еще не завершилось. Этот процесс продолжается, но ее очертания на этапе постепенного формирования были четко спроектированы еще в 2005-2007 годах в так называемой русской доктрине, заложившей основные ее векторы. Главным же официальным программным документом стал так называемый наказ Всемирного Русского Народного Собора от 27 марта 2024 года, которым выведен процесс формирования идеологии русского мира на качественно новый уровень. Следует отметить, что создание идеологии русского мира растянулось во времени на 30 лет. Изначально этот концепт зародился в начале 90-х годов в недрах так называемой группы методологов Московского интеллектуального кружка, который в советское время курировался КГБ и к концу 80-х годов имел влияние на некоторых представителей партийно-хозяйственной номенклатуры СССР. В 90-е годы к этой, так сказать, секте принадлежали Щедровицкий, Островский, Глеб Павловский, Кириенко, Сурков и другие, способствовавшие приходу к власти в России Путина. Так, например, Глеб Павловский с 1995 года по 2011 год являлся официальным политтехнологом администрации президента Российской Федерации, где возглавлял предвыборные кампании Ельцина в 1996 году, Путина в 2000 году, а также пророссийского кандидата Януковича в Украине в 2004 году. Тесно сотрудничая с тогдашним главой отдела внешних церковных сношений Московского патриархата митрополитом Калининградским Кириллом Гундяевым, методологи в середине 90-х годов стали искать замену утратившей актуальность коммунистической идеологии, сделав ставку на православие как основу новой национальной государствообразующей идеологии России. Именно они впервые разработали концепт русского мира и предложили его на вооружение руководству Московского патриархата, а позже и Кремля. С их подачи продвижением этих идей стал заниматься так называемый Всемирный Русский Народный Собор, созданный во главе с митрополитом Кириллом Гундяевым. Возникла эта организация в 1993 году, вскоре после распада СССР, как попытка заменить собой бывшую коммунистическую партию Советского Союза с целью консолидации российских постсоветских элит и внедрения новой российской национальной идеи, которая должна была сменить старую коммунистическую идеологию. Инициатором создания этой организации, как я уже сказал, был как раз митрополит Калининградский, а ныне патриарх Московский Кирилл Гундяев, известный под псевдонимом в КГБ Михайлов. Эта новая организация под эгидой Московского патриархата объединила российских религиозных и культурных деятелей, ученых и представителей диаспоры, а главное – представителей власти, силовых структур и правоохранительных органов Российской Федерации. До 2009 года главой этой организации был московский патриарх Алексей Риддигер, а его заместителем и фактическим руководителем организации был Кирилл Гундяев. Стал в 2009 году московским патриархом, он возглавил и этот так называемый Всемирный Русский Народный Собор. Долгое время заместителями Кирилла в этой организации были протоиерей Всеволод Чаплин, известный скандальными высказываниями в поддержку ядерной войны, и одиозный российский олигарх, владелец телеканала «Царьград» и спонсор терроризма на Донбассе Константин Малафеев. В президиум этой организации входит и одиозный российский оккультный философ и неофашист Дугин, один из как раз разработчиков современной русской неоимперской евразийской идеологии. Также в президиум этой организации входят такие российские политики, как Шойгу, Глазьев, Бабурин, Степашин, Мединский, Рогозин и многие другие. Согласно отчетам руководства организации, ее членами являются более 100 архиереев Московского патриархата в России и за ее пределами, а также 17 губернаторов, около десятка губернаторов Госдумы, 10 сенаторов, 10 представителей законодательного собрания субъектов Российской Федерации, около 50 заместителей губернаторов, а также ряд руководителей министерств и администраций субъектов Российской Федерации. Также туда входят представители МВД и ФСБ. именно этой организации была отведена роль своеобразной лаборатории в разработке и внедрении доктрины русского мира. В 2005 году российскими экспертами, близкими к этой организации, была разработана, как я уже отмечал, программа, называвшаяся «Русская доктрина», в которой, кроме идеологических лозунгов, объявлялись конкретные задачи. Среди них экспансия Российской Федерации в ближнем зарубежье, захват Крыма, Донбасса и всей Украины, воссоздание Российской империи, объявление политики, наступательности, экспансионизма и многое другое. Отмечу, это все в 2005 году еще было прописано. Таким образом, война Российской Федерации с Украиной идеологически обосновывалась и готовилась, по крайней мере, как мы видим, с 2005 года. На обсуждении проекта русской доктрины в декабре 2005 года митрополит Кирилл Гундяев тогда выразил полную поддержку высказанным в нем идеям и принципам. Он призвал, чтобы этот проект, цитата, «стал органичной частью широкого общенационального дебата о базисных ценностях России». И с его подачи этот документ был передан в администрацию президента Российской Федерации и был использован экспертами администрации президента при составлении в следующем 2006 году годового послания президента к Федеральному собранию Российской Федерации. Там уже фактически цитировался этот документ. Чтобы понять, какими безумными идеями подпитывались кремлевские и церковные элиты в 2005-2007 годах и как они могли повлиять на дальнейшую политику Российской Федерации, я процитирую здесь ряд цитат из этого документа, который, как я уже отметил, благословил и продвигал на различных уровнях нынешний московский патриарх. И этот документ тогда был представлен президенту Российской Федерации и его окружению. Вот только некоторые из этих цитат. Цитирую. «Россия является суверенным культурно-историческим миром, самобытной цивилизацией, которая самостоятельно избирает себе правовые ценности, формы и регламентации. Россия учреждена Богом и не может быть кем бы то ни было переучреждена. Россия представляет собой самостоятельный человеческий мир, невыводимый из других исторических или культурных субъектов. Существование России, безусловно, в нем есть собственная правда, которая не нуждается во внешнем оправдании. Русский мир – это особая цивилизация, со своим лицом, по-особому смотрящая и видящая человека, общество, историю и Бога. Современная Россия является непрерывным продолжением России исторической. Россия современная не признает исторического и правового разрыва с Российской империей до 1917 года и Советского Союза до 1991 года. Ни Российскую империю, ни СССР никто не упразднял. Их воля, права и обязательства сохраняют свою силу. Естественные границы России не совпадают с границами ее государства. Сбалансированные отношения с ближайшими соседями, бывшими частями России, неравнозначно безоговорочному признанию правомочности их ухода из состава России на вечные времена. Цель новой Российской империи – не допустить униполярного мира, отстоять свою независимость, защитить в сфере жизненных интересов как минимум в границах бывшего СССР и вести дело к воссозданию империи. Нам важно предотвратить агрессию противников любого типа, а самыми вероятными противниками новой России выступают США и блок НАТО. Россия должна совершить резкий разворот в отношении государству ближнего зарубежья. Необходимо признать права России на целый ряд территорий, таких как, например, в случае с Украиной, минимальными могли бы быть претензии на Донбасс и Крым. Россия предъявляет претензии там, где раньше предъявлялся отказ от претензий. Россия вступает на путь русской ирредиенты, идеологии возвращения и воссоединения тех территорий исторической России, на которые у нее имеются исторические и моральное право, и которые есть практический смысл возвращать. Для России это касается прежде всего Белоруссии, Украины и Казахстана. Официально провозглашается концепция пространства исторической России, то есть естественного ареала русского мира, то есть нынешняя Российская Федерация плюс русские этнические анклавы: Крым, Новороссия, Нарвская область, Латгалия, Южная Сибирь, Подкарпатская Русь. То есть это территории Украины, Эстонии, Латвии и Казахстана. А также, дальше цитирую, а также территории комплементарных этносов: белорусов, восточных украинцев, закарпатских русинов и других. Я прошу прощения, что перегружаю такой батареей цитат, но просто это очень важно, что это в 2005 году на уровне администрации президента все разрабатывалось, и мы никто не обращали на это внимание, думая, что это просто какие-то маргинальные бредовые идеи, но оказывается, они вынашивались на самом высоком уровне, и они развивались, и заложены были еще тогда в обоснование подготовки войны. Дальше цитирую. «Необходимо создать гибкий механизм вхождения в Россию новых регионов. Территории Белоруссии, Казахстана и Малороссии могут входить в состав России поэтапно. Сначала на правах автономных регионов с особым статусом. Однако в конечном счете Россия выдвигает в качестве идеала принцип включения новых регионов в Россию по областям». Кстати, сейчас это реализовывается. То есть, если сначала на Донбассе были образованы так называемые Донецкая и Луганская народные республики, будто бы самостоятельные, то на сегодняшний день они введены в состав Российской Федерации как рядовые субъекты, как области. И точно так же часть Херсонской и Запорожской областей тоже введены в состав Федерации на оккупированных территориях как рядовые области, не отдельные уже автономные округа. Говоря об экспансии и расширении пределов России с целью воссоздания империи, как минимум в границах СССР, путинские идеологи уже тогда не случайно используют наречие со значением «самое меньшее», то есть как минимум. Они неоднократно пишут, когда претензии высказывают на какие-то территории, подчеркивают «как минимум». Поскольку под задачей максимум подразумевается по возможности возврат к границам империи до 1917 года. Об этом недвозначно дано понять, когда заявлено, цитата, что «Россия современная не признает исторического и правового разрыва с Российской империей до 1917 года». И дальше там, у меня мало времени, я буду сокращать. Авторы доктрины отрицают само существование украинского и белорусского народов как таковых, считая украинцев и белорусов русскими и неразрывной частью искусственно разделенного единого русского народа. Таким образом, говоря о присутствии так называемых русских и так называемого русского мира далеко за пределами России, под этими понятиями подразумеваются не только этнические русские, но и белорусы и украинцы, а значит имперские претензии Кремля распространяются и на территориях компактного проживания, так называемые русские этнические анклавы, не только в Беларуси и Украине, но и в других странах, в частности в странах Балтии, Польши, Румынии и Словакии. Среди врагов и противников воссоздания Российской империи авторы доктрины неоднократно подчеркивают, что это прежде всего страны НАТО и, цитата, «вчерашние страны социализма в Европе», то есть страны, бывшие участницы Организации Варшавского договора. Авторы доктрины называют Польшу вековым противником России. При этом восторженно упоминая о внешней имперской экспансии и ликвидации векового противника в XVIII веке, авторы доктрины отмечают, что благодаря этому в России вызревает большой византийский проект, реализации которого Россия тогда стала близка, но который тогда не удалось реализовать. Говоря о религии, авторы доктрины акцентируют на необходимости создания в пределах возрождаемой империи гражданской религии, обращение не только в религиозную, но и в светскую веру, принятие светского имперского символа веры. И заканчивая, я просто процитирую вот один из постулатов этой гражданской религии. В декларации русской доктрины за 2005 год провозглашается квазирелигиозный символ веры в Россию, который должен объединить представителей различных религий возрождаемой империи. Как сказано в документе, цитата, «Россия является для своего народа народа духовным символом такого же порядка, как Бог, Церковь, вера. Символ веры в Россию – это кредо патриота, для которого Россия является высшей драгоценностью его жизни, сообщает жизни облагораживающий смысл. Согласие с символом веры в Россию делает всех людей в определенном смысле верующими в Россию. Конец цитата. Ну, поскольку времени уже нет, я мог бы еще дальше процитировать и проанализировать важные моменты этой идеологии. Отмечу только, что значит, в этой доктрине уже тогда была прописана особенная роль московского патриархата в налаживании международной сети, как они называют, мирянский фронт. То есть с помощью структур московского патриархата в разных странах они проектируют создание целой сети, элитарной такой, которая будет, ну, агентурная сеть по сути, хоть они это не называют агентурной сетью, но которая должна будет способствовать продвижению этих идей. Я только последнюю цитату проведу. «Возрождаемой России нужна как минимум полузакрытая сеть здоровой патриотической элиты, нацеленной на развитие страны и воссоздание империи. Такие закрытые сети позволят оперировать по всему пространству земного». Спасибо большое. Я хотел бы предложить эту тему вообще эта тема нуждается в отдельном обсуждении, не одного доклада, а как минимум секции отдельной, а может и отдельной даже конференции, к чему я и призываю вот в рамках ваших семинаров продолжить вот именно по этому направлению тоже. Спасибо.
Еще раз большое спасибо за очень интересный доклад. A teraz przekazuję głos.
And now I would like to give the floor to Renata Król-Mazur from the Jagiellonian University. She will tell us about the situation in Georgia. Professor, she also wrote a monograph on Kamieniec Podolski in the 18th century, a very interesting topic indeed. Well, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank the organizers for making it possible for me to join this distinguished group of scientists. This topic is very near to my heart as a political scientist and political scientist of religion. That's my discipline. I'll be talking about a very different church, which might be a shock for the audience. It is a very different church operating in very different conditions. I'll use some quotes here. I want to present the activities of that church. Well, the title of my presentation is Georgian Apostolic Autocephalic Eastern Orthodox Church. And that's the same wording in Georgian. So the first and the last word here is Sakartelos Ecclesia. So why is that church called church? Georgians do not tolerate the concept of an Eastern Orthodox Church as a church. So actually, this church wants to be called a church just per se. So it's an autocephalic church, meaning that this is an independent church without any superior authority. There is a Catholicos who is the supreme authority of that specific church, and the equivalent of the patriarchy is Ketilakosa. This, according to the tradition, as tradition had it, Christianity was brought to Georgia by the apostolic Saint Bartholomew and Saint Salvius. Then we have Saint Nina. In the 4th century, she proclaimed Christianity. She succeeded in converting supporting the king of Iberia, and Christianity was adopted in Georgia as the state religion in 330. So this church is older by many centuries from the Ruthenian church. So actually, this is one of the first Christian churches. Also note, in order to understand the importance of the Georgian church. As a result of a very tempestuous history of the Georgian church and Georgian country, know that Georgia and Armenia, these are the only Christian countries in Caucasus, surrounded by the Sea of Islam. So these two nations throughout the centuries developed ethno-religious identification, ethno-religious identity. So for Georgians, well, Georgian is a person, is a member of the Georgian Apostolic Autocatholic Eastern Orthodox Church. Throughout the centuries, the role of that religion was growing and has become dominant. Since 2002, this Georgian church enjoys the supremacy with the Concordate signed between the Georgian church and the state. This Georgian church has the supreme role and is supreme in its operation with the status of the national church. So now we'll be shortly having some elections, parliamentary elections in Georgia. Well, I'm a member of a committee of historians in Georgia, and our session has been recalled, revoked because of a potential hazard before these elections. So it was requested that the church, this church should be the state church, the national church, and to amend the Georgian constitution. Religion is an important political tool both in Russia and in Georgia. And it's a direct or indirect political actor. Religion has this huge political importance in both countries, and in very many countries it was the main source of political decision. Well, in my contribution, I want to present the Russians' use or resorting to this religion to promote pro-Russian Eurosceptical attitudes. Russia does it to continue promoting its doctrine of the so-called close neighboring countries or close countries abroad. The fact that Christianity is emphasized, that is used as an argument for grouping their forces, for becoming one against the enemy. Throughout the entire history of Russian Eastern Orthodox Church, but the Russian Empire used that ideology of Eastern Orthodox Church to justify its external expansion. That doctrine was used in particular in South Caucasus and in the area of the Black Sea.
która tak naprawdę miała charakter
In particular, that was this political
zakończyła się Wielka Wojna Kaukaska,
population of Abkhazia
w 1864 roku wcielono Abchazję
from their religion into
Rosja zmieniła swoją
Eastern
politykę.
Orthodox
Powstało coś takiego, co
Christianity.
nazywało się Towarzystwo
And
Przywrócenia
then the
Prawosławnego
so-called
Chrześcijaństwa na Kaukazie.
Society for Restoring True Christianity in the Caucasus, and Russians were forcefully converting Abkhazians to Christianity. So that's the reason for the conflict between these two nations based on religion. Then, historically, note that Russia always used to resort to religion in the times of need. So then we had World War II. Russia could only promote and motivate people to engage in the war and in fighting the Nazis
zastopować te wszystkie rzeczy, które były robione, czyli niszczenie kościoła, trzeba było wejść w porozumienie z kościołem.
By reaching an agreement with the church.
I po prostu zyskać poparcie przy
by receiving support from the Georgian Catholicos, so he could raise his people. And then there was this Council for Religious Beliefs at the top governors, board of the Soviet Party. So it was like a go-between the state authorities and Georgian heads of state. Well, after Stalin's death, there was this anti-religious policy, but after the collapse of the Soviet Union, the church could develop and expand and regain its position. And this church is very popular and is widely trusted by the society. According to surveys, this Georgian church is supported by 82 up to 95% of the population, which is a lot. And so is the support for the Catholicos. When the most religious nations are ranked, Georgians rank in the top 10 countries that appreciate religion. So from the start, Russia was proclaimed the promoter of Eastern Orthodoxy globally.
Na terytorium Gruzji, w kościele gruzińskim, który, tak jak mówię, doświadczył bardzo bolesnych rzeczy.
So as I was saying, this Georgian church experienced very many very painful blows from Russia. A vast majority of Georgian church clergy was educated in Russia, in this Eastern Orthodox Institute of St. Tikhon. More than 50% of them, they served in the Soviet army. Very often, they share and appreciate values of Russian authorities. Russian Eastern Orthodox concepts played an important role in the Russian hybrid war. My research sources, largely the official proclamations of the Catholicos and some members of the clergy, which are officially published. So these are contributions from the clergymen, contributions from politicians, scientific literature and reports made by this very important institution, which is the Foundation for Development of the Mass Media and Investigative Fact Journalists. Note that since 1990s, this Russian concept follows that idea of this near abroad. So Georgia is the near abroad for Russia. And Russia here put a stake on two things when it comes to religion. So confession-based diplomacy and religious propaganda. So information war involves the warfare which are used during the times of peace, which are aimed against the civil population. Then confessional diplomacy started as early as during the Soviet times. Then Eastern Orthodox Church joined this World Church Council with the obligation to promote Soviet state and its interests. So Ephraim, who is a Georgian Catholicos, he was very active in promoting this Russian propaganda and ideology. He spoke about the growing number of the members of this religious community in 1990s. In his opinion, church members represented 75% of the population, but he never mentioned any problems. He never mentioned any religious persecution. He never mentioned any issues in this church. So he had to follow Moscow's orders. He spoke about religious freedom, about absence of any religious restrictions. Then Ephraim II promoted Russian views by condemning racism in Africa and Latin America, etc., etc. So I see such diplomacy in two different ways when we look at the 21st century. Confessional diplomacy, which it may be mediation in a dispute between two parties. So here, Moscow's religious authorities were trying to reach an agreement between this Georgian and Abkhazian church. And then we have applied diplomacy. So when Georgia broke with Russian diplomacy, so this is the Patriarch of Moscow and the Patriarch of Georgia who keep any diplomatic relations. And then we have Kremlin propaganda and tools in the war of information. Religion is the tool because it strikes at the religious beliefs. So here there is this Georgians are threatened by this, artificially threatened by this very idea of imposing homosexuality on Georgians. The Patriarch opposed any positive ideas regarding the LGBT community. The Patriarch was carrying cross, and he said it's not about you saying no to violence. Quite the opposite. You're obliged to use violence for the good of your native motherland. And then, as Professor Pełczyński said, everything which is not this Georgian church, any other church, any other rite, these are sects. These are sects that were imposed by the Western countries, and they come with foreign influences. So you can do anything with these people. You may beat them up, you may take the cross and spit on them and be aggressive towards them, because that's in line with our convictions, that's in line with our beliefs. No one responds. Baptists and Jehovah's Witnesses, etc., are disliked. And another concept is that the Western countries there are against Georgian families and Georgian society. So church is strongly against any feminist organizations, NGOs, and the church is strongly opposed adopting and ratification of the Istanbul Convention. And there are very many mass media, parts of mass media that operate this well. There are political parties formed by Russia. So there are several of these that promote such interests. There are social movements, etc. So there is this Georgian and Russian Center for Supporting Conservative Thought. Then Georgian clergy often supports Russia in that concept that we are all brothers, that we are all Eastern Orthodox community, and that Russian is a great language. So Russians, Belarusians, and Georgians is one big nation, and this bloodshed was initiated by the West. America is a great prostitute. One of priests said during the service, we should put out Georgians and Russian flag. Today, only true ruler is Russia. So know that so many members of the Georgian clergy are rightfully accused of being Russian agents. In 2021, there were some leaks of secret information and materials disclosing the fact that that church was infiltrated. So there is some evidence that members of the clergy were bribed by Russian businessmen, that they worked as requested by Russians, and one of the most important agents is Halkalati Igimurdo, the head of the metropolis. But that region where he rules in church, the Armenian community prevails. So Armenians were forcibly settled there, and member of the church received $30,000 for transmitting some information to Russia about what was happening in his on his territory in Georgia. And then there is this public lab that does biomedical tests, and with information from that member of the clergyman, Russia could accuse Georgia that that lab was engaged in the production of weapons in collaboration with the USA. During the service in Moscow, together with his colleagues, members of the Russian clergy, that head of church said, "We are a unity. We are united together, Georgians and Russians." Since we have a Ukrainian here with us, I must also say about the attitude of that church to Ukraine. So the Georgian church did not support autocephalic nature of the Ukrainian church. In my opinion, this wasn't bad will. It wasn't a bribe. Well, when we look at the number of votes, well, we can see that they panicked, that they were feared, and Patriarch recognized the autocephalic nature of churches in other countries in the same region. And then the Church of Abkhazia and Ossetia received the support from the Georgian church, but they are not recognized as independent church. And then war in Ukraine. For 3 weeks from the outbreak of the war, that war was not criticized at all. And since the February 24 until end of January next year, there were some remarkable quotes, like Russia didn't want that war. That war was initiated by the Western countries. This war is in the interest of the US that would like Russia to fail by employing Ukrainians. And then let us not forget that the USA is built on the lives of indigenous people. And now they want to campaign and spread on the backs of the local Slavs. And then another quote is, the Georgian dream is the Western, pro-Western party that exposed us to the dangers of war. We are threatened with the war. The West wants from us this protection from Russia, and Russia will strike again against us as it did before. So there were so many supportive comments from Georgian clergy when then Prime Minister of Georgia said about Russia, and we had some comments on that as follows. I would like to thank the Prime Minister of Georgia for giving us this political orientation that would give us that political orientation. So we should not join sanctions against Russia because they will harm our interests. Very many letters expressing solidarity were published. These were letters from priests of this Georgian church. The Georgian clergymen also said that if they opposed Russia, they would be punished. Russia would stop gas supplies, electricity supplies to Georgia. So the Georgian clergy claimed that Georgia should not try and oppose Russia because Russia was big and strong and Georgia was small and weak, and they didn't want any repetition of what happened in Ukraine. And some clergymen just prayed directly in churches for Russia's victory and for being incorporated into Russia. So I have a quote to this effect from Giorgio Pavlov, who is a priest in Segaragiej.
Przewiduje, że Rosja zjednoczy wszystkich Słowian, tworząc tak silne państwo, że nawet szatan nie będzie się bał. I na końcu
will be the one uniting all the nations, and the evil will give up. And then finally, this church supported Russia when it comes to the legislation on foreign agents. Well, the idea is that we should be detached from foreign ideologies that strike at the very heart of this Georgian church. So it was about calling opponents to that legislation the followers of Satan. Maybe there will be a new change, a new era, because this church is now populated by new educated people, but this church does not tolerate any foreign education like studies in Greece. That is looked down on. But hopefully there there will be a breakthrough, there will be an overturn in that church, and hopefully the priest will have new priest will have the majority.
Bardzo dziękuję, pani profesor. Wydaje mi się, że bez problematyki kaukaskiej.
Thank you, Professor. Without topics covering the Caucasian area, the subject matter of our conference would be incomplete, and the same goes for Muslims. So now over to Professor Rzepka from Jagiellonian University.
Dobrze, dzień dobry Państwu, bardzo dziękuję.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Perhaps I will continue. Maybe not the Georgian subject matter, but there will be similar aspects, similar topics. I'm sure you follow demographic data from Russia, and yes, so we follow the data, we track the data, we accept interpretation of Muslim clergymen. I would say that in the next decade we are going to organize conferences on religions in Russia, and we'll start with Muslim religion, with Islam. It is the interpretation of Muslim leaders. And what I wanted to present today is certain processes which create a new kind of a Muslim person in Russia, and they shape memory mechanisms that I would like to show and present. They are already being analyzed, or they have been analyzed in previous presentations. So I would say that my material will be a good reference point to show certain universal practices which take place in the territory of the empire. I have a quotation from the work by Gainuddin Mufti. He will be mentioned many times in my presentation, and his work in 2004, it was on Islam in the contemporary Russia. I guess it was based on his PhD thesis defended on religion sciences in Moscow. He says, it is the core information that in our country, Russian Empire, Soviet Empire, Democratic Russia, there has been a new type of a Muslim formed. He has similar features with other Muslims in the world, but has also a set of separate features which make him unique. So it is a new type of a Muslim. It is old Islam, but new Muslim. That's the first quotation from him, like opening quotation for my presentation about the Islam in Russia. And I would like to try and answer several questions, or perhaps ask the questions first, because my time is limited. What is the essence of the new Muslim in Russia? How history is perceived, so the empire, Soviet Union, Russian Federation, by Muslims. I'm not trying to present the history of these communities, but I'd like to focus on how this history is used and how this new Muslim is overwriting the old Muslim or old version, old perception of Muslim. And then another question is how, or using what measures what are new measures used to create a new identity, memory of this new Muslim? Who is responsible for that? We can quote once again Gainuddin, and I'd like to say that there are specific individuals standing in the shadows or standing behind that. When we talk about the culture of memory, when we talk about these processes of shaping an identity, actually we are touching upon a very liquid subject matter, let me put it like that. So first of all, let me start from defining certain elements. The reality we are trying to describe is difficult, because what is happening in this space of new identity of Russian Muslims is like fragmentary nature or selective nature of memory. It results from certain context, which I'm willing to present. Then it is intentional, but intentional, what is intentional? Forgetting. I'm going to show something interesting. So Raviv Gainuddin celebrates the day of deportation of Crimea Tatars, and no one says who was responsible for that process, for this eviction, for this deportation. So forgetting is intentional, and then there is institutionalization and structuralization of Islam. We've been observing that from 18th century, from the times of Catherine the Great, when there was like structure shaped within Islam. It is trying to begin to resemble institutions like the Orthodox Church. Let me emphasize the place as one of the elements which is important for shaping identity and memory. Place, ritual, and the last item, universalization and unification of experiences and taking over a certain imperial discourse or assimilation of historical policy of the Russian Federation. As I've said, the most person here will be Raviu Gainuddin, who represents a very diverse, multifaceted and divided and diverse community of Muslims in Russia. So let me mention some of the names of researchers and experts on this subject matter, so that you can say it is a very topical issue and attracts attention of many researchers. The most recent was done by Mustafa Tuna, Opal Wers, a bit older, Simona Merati. It was in 2015, Dominique Rubin, Marlene Laruelle, and Robert Cruz, who seems to be well known to many of you due to his work discussing institutionalization of Islam. As for the subject matters which appear here, well, in various studies and various theses, let me broaden them and add something to them, because research on Islam in the context of imperial tradition of imperial Russia, these studies are absolutely necessary because we can understand complexity of the Orthodox Church, because in this imperial history it is not the state which is the institution fighting against Muslims, it is the Orthodox Church fighting against Muslims. So there are many tiers, many levels of this imperial reality, and it is the empire is a very important factor shaping identity. As for identity of Russian Muslims, researchers pay attention to the fact that Muslims in Russia, they say that Muslims in Russia have had an experience of being part of the empire. No other Muslim community in the world does not have an experience like that, not that long, maybe with the exception of the community of Muslims in China. So this mechanism will pertain to including marginalized groups into the area of the empire, and we also need the conditions in which they think that they are the subjects, that they have some agency, actually. I refer to Gainuddin very often, and he said something like that. Who listens to us, Muslims? It would be a rhetorical question, but he responds, Putin listens to us. So it shows how these relations between the authority and Muslims are shaped. Sub-Muslims versus the empire. Then another topic is learning about one's own experience and one's own heritage, or reconstruction, actually, not learning. But let me show you an example of a mosque, which is a good example of overwriting certain things, or maybe discovering certain things, or maybe creating and shaping or reconstructing one's own heritage. So let me rephrase it. There is no Russia without Muslims, Gainuddin said. And then after the collapse of the Soviet Union, the renaissance of religions, religious renaissance, it is a topic reappearing among Muslims as well, but it was nuanced in Gainuddin's statements, because he was saying that, well, yes, if there was a renaissance, it would be the renaissance of what, or rebirth of what? Can we go back to Islam, which was part of imperial tradition, he says, no, we have a new reality. I will show you the new reality in a moment. And fourthly, I would say it is very important in the context of changes in Islam, a shift in Islam. A shift, I use this word because it is very broad. It is like shift geographically speaking. This shift, geographically speaking, is a movement to the west, and to the west means also towards Moscow. If you look at the map, it is, well, it makes sense. Then there is a shift of this relation between the center, peripheries. It is also a symbolic shift, presence of Islam in Moscow's reality. As I've mentioned, the reason for starting to focus on memory and identity of Muslims in Russia is this particular person that you can see in the slide, Raviu Gainuddin, a very interesting person, born in 1959 on the 25th of August. He celebrated his 65th birthday. It is perhaps quite interesting because you know that he received the best wishes from whom? From President Putin, obviously, among other people. So this element is very interesting. And he went to school. Well, he was born in Shali, a small town. It is not Shali in the Caucasus, with another mosque. No, his village actually is in Tatarstan, where he went to primary school, Tatar's primary school. Then he went to secondary school in Kazan and theatrical school as well, with some specialty of an actor of dramatic theater. It is his official biography, so biogram of Gainuddin. Maybe Wikipedia presents him like that, but that's what Gainuddin wants people to know about him. So, yes, a drama theater actor. He worked at the State Council for matters connected to radio and television. Then he graduated from directing studies in Leningrad, then graduated from the only functioning Muslim university in Bukhara, Miri Arab. And it might be a moment which is of interest to us because, among other things, he studied there with Ahmad Kadyrov. It is quite important because when we think about personal relations between religious leaders, because they also play a very important role in a broader political situation of the current Russia. In the 1980s, he took over the duties of imam, so the person responsible for running prayers and organization of a religious life in the mosque, which actually received a status of a cathedral mosque. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, his career developed very dynamically. He became the chairperson. He became a chairperson of the Central Spiritual Board of Muslims. It was continuation of another body which was established very early because under Catherine the Great, but then it was divided. The main part was led by Tajuddin, and the seat was Ufa. And in 1994, he became the chairperson of the Council of Muftis. So it is absolutely necessary in order to say them out loud, because the Council of Muftis in Russia is the main body bringing together all the other organizations, or at least it aspires to do so, and to represent all the other organizations. If you want more context to that, what is significant about shaping this Muslim identity are contexts. Among these contexts is the one that is demography. You may ignore new numbers, because numbers change all the time. We don't know how many Muslims live in Russia. Let's accept the number of 20 million, but it is changeable actually, because we don't really know There is migration which is not controlled. That's one thing. That there is war in Ukraine and like sucking in of migrants and Muslims or representatives of less developed republics like Tuvalu. It is not Islamic, but well. Let me point out one thing, namely, first of all, we have nations in red. They are Muslim nations, and the numbers that you can see there are quite big. Demographically speaking, all statistical data are very interesting because the ones referred to by Gainuddin and quoted by Gainuddin are studies based on other studies run by an American think tank. I know American, surprising, but still the data is interesting enough to be used by spiritual leaders. So Purisa Center, which shows that in the near future, like the next decade, 30% of Russia's community or Russia's society will be Muslims. It should be worrying for East Orthodox representatives because statistical data show that if we look at participants of religious events, it is a bigger percentage. Well, there will be more Muslims participating in such events. And another thing about statistical data is the number of mosques. I'm not going to tell you how it is going to grow, but it's been growing, even though Gainuddin says that still there are too few mosques, quoting statistics that in London there is 350, in Moscow it is only 5. Well, these mosques play a different role. They are houses of prayer, and there are hundreds of them in Moscow, so it is assumed that there are like 9,000 mosques throughout Russia. There is education, quite significant also from Gainuddin's perspective. I'm not going to discuss it. The number of pilgrims going to Mecca. There are also numbers which are quoted, which are actually given by the ministry in Saudi Arabia, and this number is going up, sometimes even to the level of 23,000. The other context is a geographical context. We have to remember about regions which are identified as Islamic as first. It is the Ural, and in this region there is a certain consistency, I would say, in doctrine, legal school, and we can also think about ethnical identity here, and then Caucasus is more diverse, and there are legal schools here like Hanafi school, but also Sufi school. So there is an interesting concept connected with that, namely mnemotechnic role of Sufi movement in attachment to one's faith. And apart from these two communities, we have ethnic Muslims, which appear there. Their numbers differ. We can assume it is around 3,000. There is Central Asian functioning in Russian area, so these percentages are like that. And here, just ignore it. And there are also like foreigners or the others, and they appeared before the Soviet Union collapsed. And for example, these are Pashtuns, Turks, Persian people, Arabic people. I've presented a certain institutional context. So due to certain processes, the Council of Muftis in Russia is beginning to have this enormous impact, so mostly Gainuddin. And where is it located? It is located in Moscow. So establishment of the Council of Muftis in Russia is quite a significant event in this context, and I'd like to show it in the context of identity-related plans and in perspectives connected with maintaining memory. And if you look at what Raviu Gajnutin is saying, well, he says that the model of Islam shaped in Russia is the model which is about combination of cultural and moral values of Islam with liberal ideas and paradigms of European civilization. So a lot of mixture, like mixed notions. So on the one hand, he's going to refer to certain ideas that appeared in Russia. On the other hand, Euro-Islam, which is a typical concept, typical of Tariq Ramadan. So it's typical of European Muslims. As for identity-related plans, when we take the example of Raviu Gajnutin, I'd like to show three areas or three circles in a way, which influence very strongly shaping the memory and influence identity. Locality, Volga, Ural, it is local identity. Then we have this Imperial zone, the zone which gives a certain shape to relations between different communities and leads to institutionalization in the third sphere that for Gajnutin is going to play a big role. It is pan-Arabic issue or pan-Islamic issue. It is pan-European thing. It is a sphere of a global Islam, but point attention to the fact that it is a global Islam, which is the Russian Islam, which touches upon the problem that has already been mentioned, which is confession diplomacy. So, what are my sources? I'm based mostly on utterances of Gajnutin. There are so many of them. As you follow the utterances and opinions of religious leaders, they voice their opinions on everything: holidays, events, social events, political events, and so on and so forth. At every opportunity, there are other opinions being voiced. Some of them were brought together and published on paper, like sermons, but sermons, well, basically a sermon is precisely a formula that can be filled with different types of content, including political content, historical papers, historical articles of remembering or forgetting, interviews as well. The majority of these publications are in Russian. Sometimes Arabic is also used, so let me wrap it up rather soon, but I will emphasize 4 areas that we can notice, read or hear in these materials about Gajnutin. The first is time, the beginnings of Islamic faith in Russia. It's quite interesting because it preceded appearance of Russia as Russia, so we had been here before. The space, Moscow, is beginning to play a very important role starting in 1990. Ideas will be a movement of renewal of Muslims with Gasprinsky, Marjani. So these activities are connected with some fora like Russia versus the world of Islam. Let me point out 2 things here. Muslim Moscow. As you can see, there is a mosque, Soborna Memedic, and it is the mosque opened in 2015. It was overwritten over the old mosque, which was part of the register of monuments. Then it was removed, then it was brought down. There were protests from the Muslim community. Things like that were happening in 2015. It is connected with various initiatives like the Quran recitation, competition around that. And the other thing I'd like to point out in the context of diplomatic activity is a letter from Khomeini sent to Gorbachev. Paradoxically, its successor is Gajnutin, at least he thinks so. So he can take up broader contacts with people in Iran, which seems quite fascinating for me. I just wanted to signal here that there is this international element here, and it is going to play a very important role. There are some top-ranking meetings, like with the Pope Francis in 2022, so like 2 years ago, after the war had broke out. As for conclusions, certain things were shown here, but I wanted to point out a new kind of Muslim in Russia, which is manifested at several levels. So there is usage of intellectual traditions, so certain ideas, but there is deconstructualization of these ideas, and I mean here Jared's It is a new context for that. It functions in order to justify new activities started by leaders. But the point is to integrate with the state and to integrate with the society. And then a historical approach and showing certain things in a new context. Reset. So we should forget some people and just the other way around, perhaps. And becoming part of a great project of Putin patriotism. So this rhetoric was very visible till 2015 in speeches by Gainudin, exclusion. Those who are not part of Mufti's Council in Russia are not considered to be important, fighting against Satanism, secularism, and Putinism. So I guess that's all from me. Thank you very much indeed.
Serdecznie dziękuję. Zostało nam 20 minut.
Thank you so much, and we have 20 minutes left for the debate.
Chciałby zabrać głos? Bardzo proszę.
So you're very welcome to join our Q&A session. Now I open the floor for the debate. Thank you. I must say that I fully agree with Professor Szwaciński that this last and final panel is by no means less interesting as the other panels. Because it is late, I have questions just to two papers, although I would like to ask more. My first question goes to Professor Shumiło, but it's in Russian and the interpreter does not speak the language.
Русского мира, развивающегося через эти более чем 20 лет, показалось со стороны грецкой эклезии и константинополитанского патриархата, потому что мне кажется, я, конечно, не специалист, что этот взгляд на православие, которое осуществляет большую миссию Российской империи, наносит натуральный вред на православие как такое, так сказать. Извините, мой русский. Просто какая реакция со стороны Константинополя, я имею в виду, конечно, патриархат и греческой церкви или экклезии, как тоже очень важных представителей православного мира. Я не спрашиваю про украинскую церковь, потому что это, конечно, что-то другое. I do pana profesora Marcina Rzepki też właściwie chciałem zapytać znów o czynnik zewnętrzny, ale chyba ważny. Wspomniał pan profesor o Iranie, pokazał się Chomeini, ale niewątpliwie bardzo ważnym graczem w odniesieniu do tej grupy wyznaniowej i wielu z tych grup etnicznych, nie wszystkich, ale wielu z tych grup etnicznych, w szczególności Tatarów najliczniejszych, jest Turcja. I projekt pan-turecki i bardzo aktywna polityka turecka w tym zakresie. W jakim stopniu można powiedzieć o skuteczności, o szansach, że tak powiem, tego projektu pan-tureckiego w starciu, niewątpliwie w konflikcie z projektem, który pan profesor przedstawiał, projektem islamu imperialnego rosyjskiego. Czy widać takie przejawy starcia, konfliktu, rywalizacji, czy raczej jest to wydumane przez ludzi, którzy się tak fachowo jak pan profesor nie zajmuje? Ale właśnie o ten czynnik turecki chciałem zapytać pana profesora. Dziękuję bardzo.
Ja przejmuję. Szanowni Państwo, czy jakieś pytania ze strony
Ladies and gentlemen, any questions? Do you have any questions, please?
Maciej Pieczyński, Uniwersytet
My name is Maciej Pieczyński and I'm from the University of Szczecin and my question goes to Professor Gind. To what extent that initiative is forced out from the top or from the bottom? Brokhanov was initially opposing the authorities, so that was this ideological delivery degree of that red-brown camp ideology, and to what extent that is related to the Putinism, to what extent this is also controlled by the authorities. And then, as for the Russian Islamic imperialism, what is the attitude of Russian Muslims to this Ukrainian war? I'm asking because Ramzan Kadyrov has been repeating the fact that jihad is happening and that Muslims are supposed to fight with shaitans. So what's the concept there?
Dzień dobry, ja do pani profesor chciałam pytanie.
Well, my question goes to Madam Professor.
Te wątki takie instytucjonalne.
All these institutional ideas were so interesting, and then we have that consistency with the Kremlin narration. But I'm always interested in in how the society receives these concepts that come from the top. Those who analyze the propaganda, they claim that this propaganda is related to the convictions of Russians. So how about the context how about the Georgian context? What's the perception of the content there?
Czy jeszcze ktoś z Państwa z pytaniem do naszych referentów? Nie widzę. I ja tylko tak krótko w odniesieniu do dwóch ostatnich referentów.
No more questions.
Te wpływy imperialne.
Let me just add that these imperial influences, when speaking about Georgia, well, they could also be seen during Ivan the Terrible times when he married a Georgian princess. Then we had some other instances of influencing Georgia. So it's about that influence on Georgia, but referring to the world of Islam, Hanat, that state created by Kasimov, well, that was created near Moscow. Kasim, the prince of Kazan, he ran away, he kept his religion, and he lived near Warsaw, near Moscow, and the Tatars kept their religion. So if Moscow wanted to attack Kazan, they had their pretenders at the ready, Kasimovs, and Moscow claimed that he was the rightful heir to the throne, and Khanate of Kasimov continued for centuries. Then the last heirs of Kasim, they converted into Eastern Orthodox Christianity, and they were swallowed by the Russian community. When Mikhail Ivanov was elected the Tsar, among the candidates, among pretenders to the throne, rulers from the Kasim line, they were mentioned as potential rulers here. Just very briefly, that's my contribution.
Я еще хотел один вопрос Сергею Викторовичу, потому что я
сказал, что question in Russian, which the interpreters do not interpret from.
Будет такая беда, которая творится теперь на наших глазах. Но на самом деле в Польше были определенные политики, были определенные политологи, ученые, которые об угрозе русского мира говорили уже перед войной в Грузии. Так, поэтому они сумели осуществить эту угрозу что эта угроза может осуществиться на неоимпериализма российского. И хотел спросить, были ли такие в Украине в политике, политологии, ученые, которые уже еще до августа 2008 года сказали, что мы имеем конкретная угроза войны с Россией?
Спасибо большое за два вопроса актуальных. Начну с вашего кратко. Да, были и не только в Польше, и не только в Украине, и в Америке были, и в Англии, но их предупреждения воспринимались как что-то такое излишняя предосторожность. То есть всерьез это не воспринималось, все эти попытки дискуссий на эту тему, они гасились моментально, потому что, Россия, развивающаяся демократия, пусть со своими проблемами, но самое главное там газ, там нефть, чего мы будем, Поэтому закрыли глаза, когда в 2008 произошло, и закрывали дальше. И даже в 2014 году, когда Крым был оккупирован, тоже весь мир закрыл на это глаза. И дальше, и оно шло 10 лет, да, то есть в Украине есть ученая замечательная Лариса Якубова, которая целую монографию написала об идеологии русского мира, еще ряд ученых. Но это все были исследования, которых никто не увидел, к сожалению. И я даже, работая на Афоне и сталкиваясь с многими российскими представителями и церкви, и другими деятелями, не замечал этого. Это мой грех, я в этом каюсь. Я думал, это что-то, бред какой-то там, мало кто там что говорит, идиоты везде есть. Оказывается, нет, это целая страна идиотов, и нужно было всерьез. Да. Dziękuję bardzo za wielmi aktualne pytania. Действительно, сейчас в православном мире идет дискуссия. Были попытки этой дискуссии еще до 22 года, но они совершенно не удавались. И уже в марте 22 года был подготовлен уникальный документ, называлась «Декларация о ереси русского мира», которую подписали 1500 профессоров с разных стран мира. Это теологи, историки, политологи. Автором этой декларации был как раз профессор нашего Эксетерского университета Брэндон Галлахер, который является моим научным руководителем в Эксетере. Он много пишет про русский мир, задолго еще тоже до 22 года писал. Он рассматривает это как ересь, которую синкретическая ересь, которая разрушает православие. И московский патриарх Кирилл Гундяев является главным адептом этой новой ереси. Это отдельная тема, о ней тоже нужно говорить. А сейчас именно как раз в среде Константинопольского патриархата идет дискуссия. Мной было опубликовано на греческом и английском языке на сайтах Константинопольского патриархата, это Фосфонарион, Свет Фонара, и Orthodox Times, несколько статей с обоснованием, что это ересь. И последняя статья была в марте этого года, и она вызвала большую дискуссию. Кто-то выступает, что нет, это не ересь, пытаются обосновать, другие, наоборот, поддерживают. В частности, есть Воловская академия богословских исследований, очень такой важный модерновый теологический центр западного образца, перспективный центр исследовательский, который тоже поддерживает полностью. Мы там проводили ряд мероприятий. И я бы предложил даже вместе их подключить тоже. И самое важное, то есть эта рецепция, она и идет, просто православный мир, он очень консервативен и очень медленно раскачивается, этот ВОЗ, но постепенно к этому подходит, что будет осуждение. И важный момент, в начале сентября этого года в Константинополе состоялся синаксис Вселенского патриархата, в котором приняли все архиереи Константинопольского патриархата со всех стран, то есть больше 100 архиереев, и в итоговом коммюнике было озаглавлено, означено, что они осуждают новоявленную идеологию русского мира, прямо это прозвучало, несмотря на то, что есть противники, чтобы об этом говорить. Это не назвали еще ересью, но сказали, что это не православное учение. То есть это уже первый шаг, важный момент такой, что это заявлено на таком уровне. То есть мы вот эти 3 года мы долбим постоянно, пытаемся раскачивать эту лодку, чтобы это осудили как ересь. И к этому есть все основания, что с догматической точки зрения это учение в корне противоречит не только православию, а вообще евангельскому учению, Евангелию как таковому. И, кстати, вот очень важно, коллега говорил вот об исламском мире. Вот мое мнение, что в идеологии русского мира очень много заимствований с идеологии крайних радикальных исламистско-фундаменталистских течений исламизма. Вот эта идея исламского мира, священный халифат, который должен объединить всех мусульман всего мира. И это, то есть священный халифат у них заменили на Святая Русь, мифическое такое явление. Там потом патриарх Кирилл объявляет, что все, кто погибнет на этой войне, все сразу пойдут в рай. Это что? Это джихад. Это как раз вот, ну и много других моментов. То есть есть заимствования, и, как оказывается, я не мог понять, откуда вот эти чисто исламистские вещи в идеологии московского патриарха. Оказывается, при нем есть совет по диалогу с исламским миром, и они изучают все эти учения и заимствуют. Прошу прощения.
Спасибо.
Dobrze. Bardzo ciekawe pytanie.
A very interesting question. Whether that comes from the top, from the top or from the bottom. So there is no obvious answer to that, and you cannot find that answer in any papers or studies. But let me reply in a very transparent and clear way. First, as much as this Imperial Club was set up in 2012, the people that form it had been operating for quite some time. So, for example, Aleksandr Prokhanov is a very good example. Or Aleksandr Putin. So, Dugin, who was he? Prokhanov, we know that he was a communist writer, a Russian writer. He was critical about the direction in which the state under Yeltsin was evolving in 1990s. Clearly, he couldn't reconcile to such a shape of Russia.
Pytanie, jak on odniósł sukces?
So the question is now about his success. I remember a conversation that we had about 2 years ago in London with a professor from the University of Cambridge. We spoke during the Congress in Glasgow. So actually she had that reflection. She asked, how was it possible that people who were marginal at best, like Dugin, they were immaterial, they were in the slum of then Russia, they became important all of a sudden. So in our group, in our within our milieu, we studied that group, and I published a lot on these people because I knew that these people would become important. And then she asked me, how did you know that they would be important? And she was Russian. She worked in the UK. Well, I answered back because you know, I know Russia. I know what Russia is. When we think about the ideology and about the narration, Well, think about the target group. Think about the soil that would be absorbing the seed. With all likelihood, we may risk a statement that you can't grow vegetables in Sahara, in the Sahara Desert. But when you have Russia, an ideology which is anti-liberal, which is hostile to any Western ideas, well, it sounds like the right thing for the Russian soul. So you can easily foresee that such content, because of the historical experience, are easily accepted by Russians. So, and then there might be different consequences of that. So Solzhenitsyn, he said that Bolsheviks took over the certain part of the dreaded Russian social capital, like faithfulness, fidelity. This brought global outlook, and they all used it up to support their clandestine interest. Perhaps you were asking whether they did it themselves or whether they were financed by a third party. So if we were to refer to that specific issue, well, let me put it this way. Dugin himself, he was a son and a grandson of people from special services. It is believed that his father was supposedly a GRU officer but because of his son's behavior, he was transferred to the customs. But some believe that because of what Dugin published, and because of what other similar people published, well, it was believed that these publications were sponsored by secret services.
Jeżeli natomiast chodzi o klub izborski, to oczywiście są nawet konkretne nazwiska. Jak na przykład
And then as for Izborski, so there are different names like Tuchak, who was the governor of Pskovsk Oblast. And in organizational terms, he supported the formation of that Izborski club. And then, in Russia, books of that ideological nature, I'm not talking about the textbook, but just books like that, it's not that such books have any volume suggested. If you're interested in a book, you might find it in 2 or 3 bookstores in Moscow, perhaps in St. Petersburg. You might try and order it on the internet, but they will print it on request. But they're not published just like that. So why is that magazine, Izborski Club, is available for free on the internet, and it could be downloaded by anyone, anywhere. And I strongly recommend that you will try and download it. So why is that that it is published in 1,200 copies? One would say it's not a lot for a journal, but if you're familiar with Russians' reality, well, 1,200 copies, well, that's a lot. So if something is published in that number of copies, and the quality is great, so in brief, well, of course they have a financial support. Whether its formation had been planned by the services or by Putin himself, well, here there is this difference of opinions, and certain facts may
To jest dość ciekawe.
may
Po śmierci
simply
Dugina to środowisko zaczęło być zapraszane na
may
regularne
simply
spotkania na Kremlu w postaci
prove that only after Dugin's daughter's death that group started to be invited to meetings in Kremlin. But one thing is certain, Kremlin didn't oppose. Kremlin wasn't against that initiative. But this is a difficult question.
No ja bardzo chciałam podziękować pani
I'd like to say thank you to Professor Kaczmarczyk for this question, because I thought that my presentation was so boring that no questions would be asked. But, Madam Professor, that's a very difficult question. When I'm telling these things to my students, they always say, it is not true. I went to Georgia, I went to Armenia, it is not like that. And I ask another question, where did you go specifically? Oh, I went to Tbilisi, I went to Batumi. That's the point. So I went to a metropolis, this or that. I went to the biggest cities. I never went outside of big cities. So the answer is, it depends on where we carry out the research, whether it is located in Tbilisi or Batumi or not. Because you might have answers, no, we are not religious like that. We are not interested in what the church is telling us. We are very progressive, we are very liberal. But if you set your foot outside of the metropolis, the reality will be different. If you go in Tbilisi to a hotel, you have a regular hotel, and if you go to any hotel outside of the metropolis, what is first? Altars at every floor. On every floor there is an altar. In metropolis, sometimes it is also true. In every school there is a chapel. It is denominational policy of Georgia. There is a single denominational policy. So it depends where you will ask these questions. The metropolis or not. Obviously, these slogans reach mostly the conservative part of the society, but let me point it out. Well, as I've said, young people who are thinking about different things, who are believing in different things. Why is that so? Because what I've heard in every country, be it Georgia, Azerbaijan, why did we want integration with Europe? Why did we want Eastern Partnership? We are not interested in integration. We are not interested in entering NATO. We are interested in an ability to go west. We want to study at universities there. We can learn. We can bring back your heritage, your culture. It was the incentive. It was the foundation for these decisions. So they brought back something else. They see a different world. They have a different perception of the reality around them. It doesn't mean, however, that it is the entire story. Let me say that the Georgian Church and Armenian Church did something bad. They did not focus on working with the community. This rebirth or renaissance of these churches after collapse of the Soviet Union was about strengthening their position, sanctioning their position, and creating higher and higher position, enriching themselves, because the clergymen have great capital companies, capital in the Seychelles Islands, elsewhere. They have amazing cars, they have expensive manors, houses, so like gold-dripping affluence and wealth. It is irritating for poorer parts of the Georgian society. So the church did not focus on like grassroots activities, because religion was destroyed by Russia, especially at the times of the Socialist Republic of Georgia. And religion is just a shell religion, like a shell company. Just you go to church to meet people there, you go to church to lit a candle, but we do not know actually like religious beliefs, no in-depth knowledge. There is just this shell and rituals. So the answer is difficult. The situation will be changing. Will it change fast? I don't think so. Thank you very much for these questions.
Jeżeli pytanie brzmiałoby, czy Turcja
If the question is whether Turkey influences the situation of Muslims in Russia, yes and no.
Jeżeli chodzi o tak,
If the answer is yes, it has a bit of impact more than Iran, because in Iran it is ideological impact. Khomeini is like a prophet, so the only way out, apart from communism and materialism or consumptionism, is Islam. And the other thing which makes an impact is the idea of inter-civilizational dialogue. So what was suggested by Khatami, these are ideas. As for Russia, what exerts an influence is pan-Turkish vision, so support of people using or speaking Turkish family languages. It is true for Tatars in Poland as well, and you can see it in issuing various publications in native languages, and Dinayet is responsible for that, so the ministry, Turkish Ministry for Denominations and Religions, and it is visible if you look at Russia. There were visits of Abdullah Gül when he used to be the president, and then he was also an important person, and Erdogan obviously as well, due to the changes after 2014 and presidential elections, which were universal. And finally, you could see a photo towards the end of my presentation, Gaynudin and Putin. So there were several other important leaders, and there was Erdogan there. It was the photo from 2015. So it was opening of the cathedral mosque, and it was important because there was like sponsorship of building 2 minarets, so money was flowing there. So definitely this part of answer says yes, but there is also the part saying no, because there are limitations of the impact of Turkey, limited by history, and historical element is Crimean Peninsula. Why? Because it is accented very often and very strongly, so this impact is limited in this political sphere. And the other thing is ethnic policy of Russia, and I would say we should point it out as well, and we should notice how ethnos, how nations, what their future will be in terms of functioning in the political universe of Russia. And let me quote Harun's opinion, Vadim Sidorov, Muslim, ethnic Muslim, who says that he is a Muslim, but he is Russian at the same time. So actually he doesn't see an ethnic problem at all here. As for Turkish influences, he notices a certain policy of the Russian Federation which aims at more oppressive policy towards nations. It is Sidorov. So these two things go hand in hand, and it limits this Turkish influence in a religious and cultural sphere. Yes, absolutely, it will be visible. And an answer to this question, it is absolutely fascinating how Muslims in Russia react. So referring to Kadyrov is fantastic, because a French researcher, Laurel, uses a notion talking about Kadyrov, and he calls it Islamic Putinism. And it is something else. It is a separate issue. And Gaynudin does something which is more mainstream, and here we see like support. It is not only Gaynudin supporting them, but also influential imams who have their blogs. Yes, I emphasized Gaynudin and his studies, university studies, like actor, director. They use media, they have excellent blogs, they have discussions about Quran, surahs, in a very modern way, which is fascinating. It might fascinate the research. I'm not talking about the content, I'm talking about the tools which are used and form formula. But as for the language which is used, Gainuddin says that we create the framework for peace, so we do not support war, we support peace. But how do we support it? We just want annexation of certain spaces that did not belong to us. So for this Muslim discourse, it will be a bit limited to Muslims and unity of Muslims. So that's my answer, but you have to bear in mind that I've shown various ummas, various communities, so this position, this attitude will depend on the situation, on the location, also geographical, social and political circumstances. Thank you.
Jak to nie? Ale co tutaj wierzyć? Nie, absolutnie, nie. Znaczy tutaj,
Well, yeah, there is a discussion and some of the speakers do not use the mic, so that we cannot hear them. Yes, it is an idea which is never implemented. It appeared early in Islam, but it was just an idea. Sorry, I have to cut in. I know these are highly interesting debates, but we are over the time limits, so we cannot continue, I'm afraid, and because it is very late in the afternoon, so I have to close this panel. Thank you very much indeed.
Szanowni Państwo, ja pozwolę sobie...
Ladies and gentlemen, I just wanted to say, to end the conference, that I'd like to ask Professor Andrzej Nowak to sum up 2 days of our debates. Professor, over to you. Thank you very much indeed. Jokingly, Professor Szmaciński said that we exceeded time limits heinously, I would say gloriously, because there were so many benefits for all of us, definitely for me. So thank you very much to all the speakers in this session. Professor Król said that perhaps her paper was not interesting enough. No, it was. All of them were. But our time for Q&A was limited, and I do apologize to the participants of the previous panel because we didn't have time for Q&A at all. So it is the fault of organizers, and we really apologize for that. But I believe that despite of that, we had many interesting impressions, many interesting ideas, reflections, a lot of inspiration to think about new things, new contexts of our research, of our scientific interests, because we can see that there are so many conditions, so many circumstances, chronological issues, looking forward, spatial circumstances, so many different contexts. So in this sense, I think this conference is fulfilling its role because it is inspirational. And then, don't worry, I'll be brief. And I'd like to ask you for providing us with texts of your presentations after the conference, because like previously during the 2 previous editions of the conference that we organized within the last year and a half, after the first year you received post-conference materials. After the second conference we are preparing this publication. So let's do the same. Let's publish post-conference materials. I guess it will be published next year, so please deliver the texts of your presentations in January, by January 2025, as long as you want to, unless it is not a book on its own, just a paper. So in a nutshell, let me sum it up. After listening to all the papers, I was wondering whether anything was missing in this conference. I think that historically somehow the Soviet era evaporated. Some reason. I've planned this conference ahead. I was one of people planning this conference and its agenda. And somehow I didn't see it, but now I've noticed that it was missing from our conference, but I'm not sorry at all, because obviously the Soviet Union reappeared as the period to which you refer from modern times, and modern times, contemporary times were a very important topic at this conference. It was a certain horizon for some events which were described in the papers on the 18th and 19th centuries. And as for Soviet Union, we hear quite a lot about that, and we've learned a lot about that from many publications. So I do not think I should be blamed for that, and I am not that sorry. There were 7 papers. As historian, I look at chronology about the 19th century, 5 about the 18th century, 1 one exclusively about the 17th century, and there were 4 fully focused on more modern era, so the 21st century. So a general theoretical introduction by Professor Vogius, closed to some extent in the 18th, and Andres Szelmi, exceeding the limits of the 18th century, and then forward to the 21st century. It was a nice starting point for our discussions and debates. There was a very different level of these papers being general or specific or detailed. I'm not judgmental here, I'm just saying that there were different functions of historical sciences, different approaches, different functions of conference papers. Some of them are focused on so many minute details, and they are a very precious contribution from the perspective of new information, like statistical data, and some other allow us to have very original interpretation, as we have heard. So more synthetic approach. So I would say that reading the volume that will be published after this conference will be really fascinating for many readers, maybe even more interesting than the previous 2 volumes. It will be definitely very useful. Professor, I don't remember which speaker it was. Someone has mentioned, Professor Szmaciński was saying that these texts are interlinked actually with each other, but they also relate to previous volumes. Professor Szumiło was talking about certain things which refer to volume 1, because you have 40 stages paper about methodology circle, so correspondence of individual papers and articles between each other, and interreference and internal intertwining or links between different volumes. It will be even more enriching for us. So let me close the conference. I will give the mic to the host of this location, Dr. Krokosz, but before I do that, and before I ask you to go downstairs, because we'll have a chance, because we might have a toast for your further work and all the successes in your academic work and private lives. Here, I'd like to say thank you to all those who contributed to organization of this conference, and it ran very smoothly, I would say, and I would say it was very fruitful. Many thanks to Dr. Adam Daniłczuk and Dr. Piotr Krokosz. Applause for the organizers, especially those 2. And I'm giving the mic to Dr. Krokosz, and many thanks to everyone, the speakers and everyone in the audience, all the authors, all the people who listened to the papers. Now the mic goes to Dr. Krokosz. Thank you. Thank you, Professor, of today's conference. I had to be like a policeman. Now I'm trying to be more of a military person, because I'll be so brief. Many thanks to all the speakers, all the people in the audience, sound engineers, technical crew, everyone who contributed to this conference. Thank you very much. There are some refreshments downstairs. It was so nice to meet you. Thank you.